Chapter 54:26. Seeing Dragon Xiaotian leave just like that, the extreme Dao weapons were stunned, but they did not say anything in the end. They could only sigh. Looking at the extreme Dao gate, the few extreme Dao weapons did not enter. In the extreme Dao valley, everyone was absorbing the power of heaven and earth while wondering what Dragon Xiaotian had obtained. Suddenly, they saw the void in the distance break open, and a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. The next moment, they were stunned. It was Long Xiaotian. What was going on? Was he back again? In the valley, Long Yu also stood up with a look of surprise. Brother Xiaotian, what's wrong? Dragon Xiaotian's killing intent was terrifyingly cold as he stared below. The experts below also felt their scalps go numb. Although they had all successfully entered the top 10, none of them were Dragon Xiaotian's match. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. Seeing his killing intent, they all retreated in fear. Long Yu was even more shocked. What had happened? Dragon Xiaotian gritted his teeth. The extreme Dao realm slapped my face. I will not live under the same sky as them. When I become an emperor in the future, I will make them pay the price. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Long Yu into the sky and disappeared. Gone, Long Xiaotian actually left, and what happened? Why was Dragon Xiaotian so angry? Why had the extreme Dao realm slapped his face? The other geniuses were very curious. However, they could not find out at all. Lin Xian did not know about these things. He had heard Dragon Xiaotian's threat, but he sneered and did not care. So what if Dragon Xiaotian had threatened him? He did not belong to this era. He was from 90,000 years later. As for the Dragon Clan, he had killed the Dragon Prince 90,000 years later. Did he care about the other experts of the Dragon Clan? However, this person was really extraordinary. He was very strong. Thinking about it, he should be a supreme expert who had swept across the world. When he returned, he would ask the destructive spear if there was such a person 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian did not think too much about it. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. He continued to cultivate. Finally, after 500 years, Lin Xian had perfectly integrated the divine flame seed. Next, as long as he gathered enough energy, he would be able to become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He roared at the sky. At the same time, the hourglass waved, and Lin Xian returned to reality. When he returned to 90,000 years in the future, the hourglass cracked and turned into powder. The smoke vanished into thin air. Nothing else? Lin Xian sighed. He only had one-time hourglass left, so he had to keep it safe. Because this was too miraculous. The power of time was the most mysterious power. He thought of the Light Clan and wondered what had caused the Light Clan to be annihilated. Who was the one who did it? Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. He checked his own condition. Soon, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face because the situation was good. This was out of his expectations. After fusing with the divine fire seed, the power of Lin Xian's 9-yang divine fire increased. The power of his divine body had also become much stronger than before. More importantly, Lin Xian really felt that the shackles between heaven and earth were no longer binding him. He could successfully become a quasi-emperor. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had gathered enough energy to let the divine fire seed grow. Thinking of this, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. Outside, the extreme Dao weapon was already gone because only 5 years had passed. It was too short. According to their speculation, it would take at least 500 years, or even 1,000 years. But on this day, Lin Xian walked out. After coming out, he looked around and roared at the sky. At this moment, the surroundings were shaken. Between heaven and earth, countless flames spread, and a mysterious and terrifying power descended into the extreme Dao world. The extreme Dao weapon was also stunned. Who was it? The destructive spear soared into the sky. Was someone courting death? The Life Aquarius did say that no, this seemed to be Lin Xian's power. The black tortoise was shocked. It couldn't be 5 years. He came out. Could it be that he had failed? They hurriedly flew over. They were extremely nervous. If he had failed, it would be a huge blow to them, because it was extremely difficult to find someone suitable to fuse with the divine fire seed. In an instant, they arrived near the extreme Tao gate. "Kid, did you fail? What's going on? Can you do it again?" The black tortoise asked quickly. The life Aquarius said that it would help you recover from your injuries. They looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. "Failed? How could that be?" "I succeeded. Seniors, please take a look." A mysterious flame rune appeared in between Lin Xian's eyebrows. He used the power of the divine fire seed, and his aura became extremely mysterious. Although it was only a seed now, it had already made Lin Xian mysterious and unpredictable. After the 3 extreme Tao weapons sensed it, they almost fell from the sky. Succeeded? That's impossible. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Seniors, you have too little confidence in me." The black tortoise kept shaking his head. "This wasn't a matter of confidence. Of course, we believe that you can succeed, but 5 years is too short. We estimated that you would only be able to come out after at least 500 to 1,000 years. We were already preparing for you to come out, but you came out in 5 years. We really thought that you had failed." "That's right, kid. How did you do it? How did you succeed in just 5 years?" The black tortoise 8 trigrams was also extremely excited. The life Aquarius looked up at the sky. Could it be that this was really a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years? There was hope on our side. It turned out that the extreme Tao weapons had estimated that the time would be 500 years later. It was similar to Lin Xian's speculation. However, these extreme Tao weapons didn't know that he had the hourglass of time. He had indeed experienced 500 years, but it was in the past, so it didn't affect the real world. Of course, Lin Xian didn't mention this. After all, he had defeated a genius back then. If these extreme Tao weapons knew about it, they might be angry. So he said, I didn't find it particularly difficult to fuse with it." The extreme Tao weapons were dumbfounded. "Didn't find it particularly difficult? Heavens, this is the divine fire seed. Do you know what kind of existence it is? If the fusion was successful, there would be no cultivation bottleneck. Was it that simple? What a joke." They didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian did come out in 5 years. They had no choice but to believe it. They could only accept that Lin Xian was a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years. "You are too strange." The black tortoise 8 trigrams kept shaking its head. "But boy, you've really exceeded our expectations in the past 5 years. We originally thought that we could gather some resources for you after 500 years and let your strength improve by leaps and bounds. But it seems that it won't work now. You have to find the power to become a quasi-emperor yourself." Chapter 54:27. Hearing the words of the extreme Tao weapons, Lin Xian was stunned. So there was such a thing. However, he didn't care anymore. Being able to reduce the time by 500 years was really important to him. As for the other opportunities, he would have to rely on himself to find them. Next, he prepared to leave. But before that, he had one more thing to ask. Who was the person he had beaten up 90,000 years ago? He remembered that back then he heard the discussion outside the extreme Tao gate. That person seemed to be called Long Xiaotian. So he asked seniors, "Can I inquire about a person for you?" "Who was it?" Black Tortoise asked. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Who was Long Xiaotian? What was his status in the dragon race? Long Xiaotian. Hearing this name, the expressions of the 3 extreme Tao weapons changed. Black Tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. "How are you going to inquire about him?" Lin Xian was stunned. Was this person very powerful? To be able to make the extreme Tao weapons so shocked, could this person be? Lin Xian didn't dare to think about it anymore. Black Tortoise smiled bitterly. Of course Long Xiaotian was powerful. The dragon race had a dragon emperor, who was the ancestor of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty. It was Long Xiaotian. What? Lin Xian was completely stunned. Long Xiaotian was the dragon emperor of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian felt that his eyes were about to pop out. 90,000 years ago, he actually defeated a dragon emperor. He even told him to scram. Lin Xian felt that it was unbelievable. That was a great emperor. No wonder the other party was so angry that his entire body trembled. A person who had the potential to become a great emperor was directly slapped in the face. The feeling was definitely sour. Why did you mention this person? Destructive War also frowned. It seemed that this person's name made him very angry. Lin Xian said, I killed the dragon prince of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty before. I didn't expect him to be the dragon emperor. This grudge was really deep. 90,000 years ago, he slapped the dragon emperor's face. 90,000 years later, he killed the dragon emperor's son. The seniors had a grudge with him. He felt that the aura of the 3 extreme Dao weapons was wrong. Destructive War Spear said, Of course. The Aquarius of Life bitterly smiled and said, This story started from 90,000 years ago. Back then, Long Xiaotian was also a top-notch genius. He became the champion of that dragon transformation battle. Back then, he also had the qualifications to enter the extreme Dao Gate, but he didn't know what happened. When Long Xiaotian was stopped, the other party thought that we had slapped his face. Therefore, he left angrily. Who would have thought that this Long Xiaotian would be so powerful? Later on, the other party had successfully become a great emperor, so he came to us for revenge. Hearing this, Lin Xian also became nervous. After all, this matter was caused by him. He asked what was the result. You guys didn't suffer any losses, right? Destructive Battle Spear harumphed coldly. Even though he has become a great emperor, he still can't kill us. However, in the later years, our extreme Dao world was completely sealed off and lived in seclusion. After the Dragon Emperor disappears, our extreme path world will open again. This could be considered a matter of the past. The 3 extreme grade weapons also sighed. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably strange. Before the other party left, he had already made an oath. If he were to become a great emperor in the future, he would definitely take revenge 100-fold. The battle back then must have been extremely terrifying. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to care. Moreover, 90,000 years have passed. Even if you killed the Dragon Prince, the Dragon Emperor can no longer threaten you. It has nothing to do with me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This matter really had a lot to do with him. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and then prepared to leave. This time, the harvest could be said to be huge. It made him extremely satisfied. After bidding farewell to the extreme grade weapons, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left the extreme path world. He flew into the distance. I wonder how the outside world has changed in 5 years. Murong Qingqing and the others had seen the black tortoise 8 trigrams before, so they left. Right now, Lin Xian had left by himself. After he left, the dark eye under the ground moved. Immediately, the news was sent to Mount Eternal. There were many people in Mount Eternal, and they were instantly furious when they heard the news. The first emissary stood up and said coldly, After 5 years, I finally waited. Lin Wudi, your time of death has come. Everyone listen up. Follow me. The other waiters all stood up. The previous second emissary had fallen, leaving only 9 of them. However, this time, the 9 of them would attack together, no matter how strong the other party was. So what? Could he defeat the 9 of them? They took the super teleportation array and quickly set off. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared on the endless ground. They quickly set up the array and waited. Not long after, a ray of light flew over and arrived at this space. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very fast. The demon god wings on his back turned him into a black lightning bolt. Suddenly he stopped. His brows furrowed tightly because he sensed that a black fog had appeared around him, shrouding the entire world. Inside there was an extremely terrifying power. Boom! Lin Xian roared and punched out. A golden sun shone in all directions. However, the black mist did not disperse at all. It directly enveloped the sun. The two were in a stalemate, turning into a terrifying law that tore the void apart. Lin Xian was cold. Who was it? Get out here. Someone dared to wait here to assassinate him. He was angry. Lin Wudi had a bad temper. However, it was time to settle the previous grudge. A cold voice rang out. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The first emissary, a defeated opponent, dared to come. He could easily defeat him before, let alone now that he had merged with the seed of divine fire. He had become stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take the first emissary seriously at all. After the first emissary walked out, his face became extremely cold. Despicable fellow, how dare he look down on me? However, at this moment, a few more figures walked out of the black mist. What about us? A total of 9 emissaries appeared around him. They enveloped Lin Xian. Their killing intent swept across the world. Lin Xian's face darkened. The 9 of them attacked together. It seemed that they had been waiting here for him. It must have been hard on them. However, did they think that the 9 of them were a match for him? There were no restrictions here. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was indeed the case. He could now use the sky-devouring jar, which was half an emperor weapon. The third emissary sneered. We know that you have half an extreme-grade weapon. But so what? How much power do you have to revive it? We have carefully prepared for 5 years. If we want to kill you, it will be a piece of cake. Chapter 54:28. Mount Eternal had made ample preparations this time. Although they didn't have an extreme weapon, they had a supreme weapon. Mount Eternal had a human supreme, and his weapon was also very terrifying. At this moment, the 9 emissaries attacked together. They took out a weapon. It was a black pagoda that looked like a mountain peak. It seemed to be built according to the appearance of Mount Eternal. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. An entire world shook violently. The demonic beasts, martial artists, and families in the nearby space were all shocked. They looked into the distance in horror. Damn it, what a terrifying aura. Who's attacking? Don't go out, don't investigate. Quickly seal the mountain gate and escape. These people were incomparably terrified. The indestructible pagoda shook gently, and suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void seemed to be mercilessly torn apart by a pair of heaven-sent hands. The terrifying crack enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This power was really too strong. He didn't dare to be careless and took out the heaven-devouring jar to block it. In front of him, a terrifying black vortex spread out and blocked the large crack. Half an extreme weapon. Heaven-devouring jar. The first emissary sneered after seeing it. But it's useless, kid. I don't believe that you can fully revive the heaven-devouring jar with so much power on you. And the power we brought this time is enough to destroy your body and soul. They sneered. Then they launched another attack. The sky was instantly pierced through, and a vast, indestructible power rushed over. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. A large amount of resources appeared in the hands of each of these emissaries. These resources were quickly being consumed to provide the power of the indestructible pagoda. The heaven-devouring jar was shaken by the attack, and the black vortex was constantly shattering. Lin Xian retreated. It seemed that he could only protect himself. Seeing the scene, the 9 emissaries laughed out loud. The 10th emissary said, "Kid, how is it? Weren't you very arrogant before? You even dared to eliminate us. Now make your move." The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. Killing intent emerged in his heart. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands. You still want to kill me? With just you guys? Lin Xian sneered. Kid, you still want to resist? You can't escape. This entire world has been sealed by us. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Who said I was going to escape? You bunch of stupid ants. Who told you that I don't have the strength to maintain the heaven-devouring jar? Do you know what my trump card is? You don't know anything. Yet you still dare to try and kill me. Today, I will let you feel despair. With that, Lin Xian activated the sword world, and the power inside flew out. The heaven-swallowing pot kept shaking, releasing a terrifying light. The black vortex covered heaven and earth as if it could swallow heaven and earth. The moment this aura appeared, the surrounding 9 great emissaries were all stunned. Their pupils were saying, "Damn it, this is impossible. What kind of power was this? You actually brought so much power with you." They were all crazy. Stop him. Flustered and exasperated, these people attacked again. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The power of the heaven-devouring jar increased, and it blocked the indestructible pagoda. The two of them collided in the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How is it? Did you see that? My trump card is not something you can imagine. Damn it. The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The 1st emissary also shouted angrily. Attack together and kill him. Although their indestructible pagoda was blocked, there were still 9 of them on their side. If the 9 of them worked together, it would be easy for them to kill the other party. Seeing the 9 of them rushing over, Lin Xian did not escape at all. Instead, he snorted coldly. The 9 of you have all been defeated by me. What right do you have to challenge me? He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted. Monstrous flames swept in all directions. At the same time, the hell sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the 9 heavens. Kid, go to hell. The 7th emissary roared. He was the fastest to rush over. When he arrived, he slashed down with his blade. This was the indestructible blade. It drew a black blade light that was 10,000 meters long and slashed down from the sky. Its power was even stronger than before. It was obvious that he had been cultivating hard for the past 5 years. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered. Your blade technique is really too weak. As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. The sword Qi swept across with incomparable sharpness and slashed at the other party's sword Qi. It directly shattered the black blade light that was 10,000 miles long. Not only that, the sword hit the other party's long blade, causing the 7th emissary to vomit blood and retreat. One of his arms was covered with cracks. Damn it, how is this possible? How did you become so strong? He was really too shocked. After 5 years of hard cultivation, he thought that he already had the strength to resist Lin Xian. However, he was seriously injured as soon as they exchanged blows. Don't be careless, keep attacking. He was very strong. The 3rd emissary also gritted his teeth. He also rushed over. Indestructible palm. A huge palm descended from the sky like the hand of the Grim Reaper and enveloped Lin Xian. It had to be said that this move was really too strong. The 3rd emissary was much stronger. Even the veteran divine ancestors couldn't resist this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're also an ant. As he said that, he threw out a punch. After fusing with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian's divine body became stronger than before. This punch was unparalleled. It directly pierced through the palm and shattered the 3rd emissary into pieces. Puff! The 3rd emissary was even more seriously injured. The other emissaries were stunned. How could there be such a terrifying person? His strength had grown in the past 5 years, and he was stronger than them, unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then threw out another punch. This punch enveloped the 10th emissary. The 10th emissary screamed and quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning, but he was not faster than Lin Xian's fist. Boom! The 10th emissary was also shattered. He screamed and retreated. Before his body could heal, a pair of reincarnation eyes appeared in the sky. The reincarnation eyes shot out terrifying flames and enveloped the other party. It burned the other party's body. The 10th emissary screamed miserably. "Damn it, hurry up and stop him." He felt that even if he had the power of indestructibility, his body was still severely injured. Even his foundation was almost damaged. Courting death. This was the first time he was angered. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a hell crack and charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also slashed out with his sword. The two collided. The first emissary was forced back, and his arm was chopped off. He was terrified. This was impossible. Although he had lost to Lin Xian before, he had lost miserably after using all his means. It was not easy for Lin Xian to defeat him. But now, Lin Xian had injured him with a single slash. Had the gap between the two of them become so huge? What kind of great emperor treasure did Lin Xian obtain in the past 5 years? Hurry up and attack. He recovered his arm, roared angrily again, and charged over. The 9 emissaries attacked together. At this moment, terrifying power erupted and enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 54:29. After a series of frenzied attacks, the 9 emissaries' faces were somewhat pale. This time it was time for him to die. The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The other emissaries also harumphed coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block them. The crack in front of them slowly disappeared, and a figure appeared. The emissaries laughed coldly, but their smiles quickly froze. Their expressions turned to horror. Impossible. He didn't die, and he wasn't injured. No, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. These emissaries have all gone crazy. The first emissary's pupils constricted. After being struck by such a powerful attack, the other party was completely unharmed. What kind of physique did he have? Suddenly, the 7th light shaking realm screamed because he had been pierced by a sword. He lowered his head to look at his injured body, unable to believe it. The other envoys were also stunned. When they looked forward again, they saw that the envoys were all stunned. When they looked further, they discovered that the unharmed figure in front of them was slowly disappearing. Damn it, it was an illusion technique. We were caught in an illusion technique. Yes, it was an illusion technique. In that instant, it was extremely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Although Lin Xian was able to withstand it, he was unable to do so. However, he didn't try to take it head-on, because the 9 emissaries working together surpassed everything else. He used his strongest movement technique and dodged the attack, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. At the same time, one of the Rinnegan eyes in the sky also used an illusion technique. It took advantage of these people's arrogance and magnified it infinitely. It caused these people to fall into the illusion technique. Then he suddenly appeared beside the 7th emissary and pierced him with his sword. The 7th emissary screamed. He wanted to escape. Lin Xian wouldn't let him escape this time. Die. The great dragon sword spirit's power completely exploded. This was an indestructible power, enough to destroy everything. Even though the 7th emissary had undying and indestructible power, he couldn't resist at this moment. His life force was quickly draining away. No, he screamed. The other emissaries' expressions changed drastically and they quickly attacked. They attacked wildly, but Lin Xian used all of his techniques. Boundless sword qi surged from his body and attacked. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The yin-yang diagram also appeared. Now he was fighting against 8 emissaries. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit roared once again, and a biting cold sword light and dragon shadow enveloped the opponent. In the next moment, Lin Xian retreated. The 7th emissary disappeared without a trace, turning into a pool of blood falling from the sky. Was he dead? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. This was impossible. Old Seven was dead. No, the remaining emissaries were completely stunned. They had been so confident that they were the emissaries of Mount Eternal. They had the power of immortality. No matter how strong they were, the other party would not be able to kill them. However, the current situation was completely out of their expectations. The other party was actually able to completely annihilate them. Was the inextinguishable rune between Seventh Brother's eyebrows also useless? That abominable, great dragon sword spirit. Its invincible power was actually so terrifying. They realized that they had underestimated the other party. Previously, Lin Xian had possessed an unbreakable power, but now Lin Xian was no match for him. However, in the extreme Dao world, the great dragon sword soul could not be sent out. Thus, he didn't unleash his full power. They thought that this was all there was to it. Although it was strong, it was not impossible for them to stop it. However, now that they were out of the extreme Dao world, the power of the other party's great dragon sword soul had multiplied. He killed Old Seven with a single strike. How was it? Are you terrified? Are you in despair? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry. There was more despair to come. The hell sword in Lin Xian's hand was surrounded by a dragon's shadow. The power of the great dragon sword soul was quickly displayed by him. To deal with these immortal existences, one had to use an invincible power. Damn it! The first emissary gritted his teeth. They looked up at the sky, wanting to summon the inextinguishable pagoda. However, the heaven-swallowing jar blocked the inextinguishable pagoda. Damn it, they were too careless. If they knew this, they should have sent more experts. The first emissary said, "Don't panic. Everyone, use all your strength to activate the inextinguishable rune." As soon as he finished speaking, black runes flickered between the eyebrows of the 8 dead. It was incomparably mysterious. "Very good," the first emissary said. "Now, use all your strength and don't hold back. Use the power of the inextinguishable rune." With a roar, he took the lead. The power of the inextinguishable rune spread all over his body. At the same time, his inextinguishable sword spirit attacked. Next, the surrounding people also attacked. Inextinguishable axe, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable hand, and all kinds of techniques were used. Lin Xian roared and transformed into a dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He roared at the sky and swung his dragon claws. A Taiji diagram appeared and slammed forward. The 10th emissary's body was pierced by the yin-yang aura and immediately split in half. The 9th emissary was engulfed by Lin Xian's divine flames and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's tail turned into a divine sword and pierced the 6th emissary. As for the 5th emissary, he was crushed by Lin Xian's dragon claws. The 3rd emissary was even more miserable. Lin Xian's Rinnegan turned into the heavenly path and smashed him into dust. The 1st emissary was terrified. He retreated. Damn it. His opponent had even defeated a light-shaking realm cultivator in his dragon form. Now that he had come out, the power of the great dragon sword spirit had increased, and his strength after transforming into a dragon was even more terrifying. Each of these moves had an indestructible power, and they were complemented by a variety of ultimate techniques and divine abilities. They couldn't resist at all. The 9 emissaries were like ants in front of them. They were like ants. His body was also penetrated by a single blow, and he almost died. However, the other attendants weren't so lucky. 3 of the emissaries were completely killed by this attack. In addition to the death of the 7th emissary, they only had 5 emissaries left, and they had all suffered heavy injuries. The 5 of them retreated in fear. They summoned the indestructible tower back to defend the area around them. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't make a move. Although transforming into a dragon was terrifying, it consumed a lot of energy. One had to know that the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal were all very terrifying. It was very difficult to kill such a person even if one used all their methods. Now that he could kill them in one move, it was enough to imagine how terrifying his power would be. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared, and his face was a little pale. At this time, the energy stored in the sword world began to provide him and fuse into his body. Lin Xian quickly recovered. Damn it, so many of them died. The third emissary gritted his teeth. The fifth emissary also roared. He could only use such an attack once. He had no more energy left. Yes, the others also nodded frantically. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No more energy? He used Shadowless Heaven's net and the demon god's wings to instantly appear in front of the other party. The great dragon's sword, Spirit, appeared in his hand. The dragon-shaped sword shadow pierced through the fifth emissary. The sword Qi above exploded and descended. The fifth emissary was torn into pieces. Another one of them was destroyed. Chapter 5430. The fifth emissary fell, just like that. The other emissaries saw Lin Xian standing in front of them, but they didn't dare to make a move. They retreated frantically. Damn it, was that sword shadow the real great dragon sword soul? After sending it out, its power was actually so terrifying. Impossible. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The third emissary also went crazy. One had to know that they were all incomparably terrifying double champions. They had the inextinguishable runes, the power of the human sovereign, and they had also taken out the weapons of the human sovereign. Could they still not do anything to the other party? Was the other party really just a young man? They had all gone crazy. To be honest, their prediction was right. If it was before, even if Lin Xian had won the championship and had many unique skills, he would have been seriously injured by the 9 emissaries, even if he didn't die. But unfortunately, they didn't expect that Lin Xian had fused with the divine fire seed. Although the divine fire seed didn't have much power now, it was still left behind by the great emperor. After the fusion, Lin Xian's strength had increased in all aspects. In addition to the fusion time, it was 500 years. Although it was experienced 100,000 years ago, and only a few days had passed since he returned to reality. But Lin Xian had experienced it in real life. His strength was definitely not something that could be imagined when he fought the dragon transformation battle. Therefore, it was normal for these emissaries to feel despair and collapse. Damn it! Could it be that he had already become a triple champion? The first emissary gritted his teeth. The only person who could defeat them so easily was probably the Triple Crown champion. What should they do? Should they escape? This time they had joined forces. If they returned like this, the immortal sovereign would not let them off. The first emissary gritted his teeth. It seemed that he could only use that method. What method? The third emissary asked in surprise. Was there a way? Why didn't they know? The first emissary's face was cold. He didn't say anything, but the palms in his sleeves had already begun to form seals. As the first of the 10 emissaries, he had received a special order. This was given to him by the human sovereign before he came. That was, when necessary, he could sacrifice the other emissaries to launch a peerless attack. The first emissary knelt on the ground. After hearing this, his scalp went numb and he was even terrified. It turned out that in the eyes of the human sovereign, they were just ants. It could be destroyed at any time. And the method was to leave the inextinguishable runes in their hearts. As long as the inextinguishable rune was activated, they would not be able to resist. The first emissary was also an ant in a cage, but it was still all right. Out of the 10 emissaries, he was the strongest, so he was considered to have been retained. Furthermore, this time around, he would personally take action. His palms formed a complicated seal, and then he suddenly closed his eyes. The inextinguishable rune at the center of his brows gave off an extremely terrifying radiance. Meanwhile, the expressions of the third emissary and the other survivors also changed. They could feel an unusual aura emanating from the rune between their eyebrows. What was this? A powerful secret technique? They all looked at the first envoy. However, in the next second they screamed in pain. Their faces were full of fear. The third emissary's pupils shrank. He felt as if the rune between his eyebrows had taken root and sprouted, instantly piercing into his soul. Absorb his life force. Their bodies quickly withered and turned into white bones. Even the white bones were about to shatter and scatter with the wind. The inextinguishable rune at the center of their eyebrows became brighter and brighter, as if it had turned into a black star that illuminated the world. Not only the third emissary, but the other emissaries who were still alive were the same. It could be said that other than the first emissary, the others were all going to die. No. Why are you treating us like this? How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the human sovereign? They roared, crazily, and stared at the first emissary. The first emissary did not dare to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and said, "This is your destiny. Accept it. You can't resist." Hearing this, the remaining emissaries fell into despair. They no longer resisted, because they also realized that the first emissary could not control the inextinguishable rune at all. This was the power of the human sovereign. They were unwilling to accept this. Had they become cannon fodder? With a scream, the emissaries completely died. The runes at the center of their eyebrows flew out. At the same time, the blood mist drifting between heaven and earth of the emissaries who had died before also quickly condensed. Then, 8 runes flickered between heaven and earth. The inextinguishable pagoda grew larger in the air. The first emissary walked in and floated above the 9 heavens. 1 pagoda shook heaven and earth. 8 gates shook the world. The 8 black, undying doors slowly formed into 8 pitch-black doors. It was as if they were connected to the area. Countless, inextinguishable auras emerged from inside. Lin Xian frowned after seeing this. Damn it, could it be directly connected to Mount Eternal? He had a bad premonition in his heart. Although he was not afraid of these emissaries, he was still unable to contend against the human sovereign. Although the human sovereign belonged to the human world and was not a great emperor, it represented the ultimate power of the human world. He was still only a great emperor. Although he was powerful, he was still not the Triple Crown champion, not to mention the ultimate power of the human world. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth shook violently, but Lin Xian was shaken out. He frowned tightly. He was actually unable to break through this space. Useless, Lin Wudi. Don't even think about escaping. This was the legendary 8 Gates Heavenlock formation. It could even lock up heaven and earth, let alone you. Moreover, this formation was connected to the power of Mount Eternal and would never disappear until you died. So, slowly experience what despair was. The first emissary finally laughed proudly. He could not defeat Lin Wudi. However, the power of Mount Eternal was not something the other party could imagine. 8 Gates Heavenlock formation. Lin Xian's face became incomparably cold. He shouted coldly, "Break for me." He roared at the sky. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with power and directly attacked. This was half an apex weapon. At this moment, the power that erupted was truly terrifying. However, the inextinguishable pagoda in the sky directly suppressed and once again resisted the apex weapon. At the same time, 8 black hands emerged from the 8 pitch-black gates. Each hand was 1,000 meters long and was abnormally strange. There was an extremely terrifying power on it, and a low voice sounded. 8 Gates Soul Lock. One of the palms directly covered Lin Xian's head and sealed his soul. The other palms grabbed Lin Xian's limbs and completely sealed his body. Not only did it seal his soul, but it also sealed his body and blood. The laws that sealed it locked everything. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. The first emissary looked down at this scene and snorted coldly. Do you feel it? The power of a human sovereign is not something an ant like you can contend against. Chapter 5431. Lin Xian felt as if he had fallen into darkness. His soul seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness. He had never experienced such a feeling before. This array formation was really too terrifying. Among the array formations he had seen, the only one that could contend against the array formation was the defensive array formation set up by the Azure Emperor of the Spirit Realm. The method set up by the human sovereign was actually comparable to that of a great emperor. It was really too terrifying. Just what realm had a human sovereign reached? Lin Xian felt that it might even surpass the quasi-emperor. Damn it! He had underestimated the human sovereign. Lin Xian was now unable to enter the sword world, unable to activate the quasi-emperor corpse. He even felt that his power had been sealed. Could it be that he was really going to be suppressed here forever? Lin Xian roared angrily. Impossible! He roared towards the sky, and dragon scales appeared on his body again. His entire person transformed into a divine dragon. He roared towards the sky. The 8 palms also shook violently, and the entire world was completely shattered. Large cracks spread in all directions, and the mansions of some clans and sects turned into nothingness. Fortunately, those people had fled far away. However, when they saw this scene from afar, they were also terrified. Damn it! Who exactly was this peerless battle? This battle, the matter here, also quickly spread out. It couldn't be helped. This battle was so shocking that it was as if 2 gods were fighting. It's useless. Don't resist. You can't resist at all. This power is not something you can resist. The first emissary in the sky snorted coldly. At the same time, he shouted coldly. The power of the human sovereign was so terrifying that no one could resist it. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his movements became faster and faster. After transforming into a divine dragon, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, fighting against the 8 palms. He wanted to blast away these 8 palms. The sword qi on his body kept surging, wanting to destroy the palms. When it hit the palms, it made a sky-shaking sound. Each strike was like 1,000,000 bolts of lightning. It was too unbelievable, although the first emissary had such a strong defense. This was the great dragon, Sword Qi. The first emissary's face was also pale. Although the 8 palms didn't shatter with each attack, his qi and blood were still surging. Damn it, Lin Wudi was still unwilling to give up even after being suppressed. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, with his strength, it was not easy for him to preside over this formation. A similar flame appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows. It was the seed of the divine flame. The seed of divine fire had a mysterious power. If it was in the past, Lin Xian would not have been able to turn the tables when faced with the array set up by the human sovereign. However, it was different now. Although Lin Xian was still unable to contend against a mortal sovereign, he would not be easily suppressed. With a roar, he brandished his dragon claws, tearing everything apart. He actually managed to push back a palm. Then, Lin Xian's divine dragon tail whip contended with the other black palms. For a moment, there was a stalemate, and the first emissary was also forced to retreat. It was almost plucked from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How could this be? He actually blocked it. I don't believe it. He roared like a madman and pushed with all his might, because he knew that behind this was the power of the human sovereign. If he failed again, he would definitely die. It was even possible that he would turn into the 9th gate of indestructibility. Therefore, he had to go all out. The power of Mount Indestructibility, which was connected by 8 gates, and the supreme weapon in the sky. He had to contend against it. Lin Xian could only protect himself at the moment. He should not be able to rush out in a short period of time. However, this was already very good for him. Now, the other party could not completely seal him. As long as he was given time, he would be able to rush out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Mount Indestructibility, wait for him to break through and become a quasi-emperor in the future. He would definitely not forgive this immortal sovereign. The news of such a shocking battle had long spread. However, no one dared to enter and could only watch from afar. When they felt this power, their scalps went numb. At the same time, this news instantly spread to other continents. That was the power of indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility was attacking someone. In the past 5 years, the appearance of Mount Indestructibility had long spread in all directions. Now that the power of indestructibility had appeared, who was it fighting against? Moreover, after such a long time, the power of indestructibility had not disappeared. This meant that the enemy had not retreated. Who could contend against Mount Indestructibility? They thought of several possibilities. However, they were not so sure. When the other emperor clans heard the news, they were also shocked. They sent people to investigate. Although this place was not close to the extreme Tao world, it was still in the Nether Sky continent. Therefore, they guessed that it was most likely Linwoody. Had Linwoody come out? They were not sure. But only Linwoody dared to challenge Mount Eternal like this and contend against it. Moreover, Linwoody had previously eliminated several envoys from Mount Indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility had long wanted to kill him. When the people of the Divine Union heard the news, their expressions also changed. Was Boss Lin in danger? Bai Susu hurriedly passed the news to Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. After the two of them received the news, they immediately set off and headed over. The Crimson Dragon also brought some people over. Not only them, but the Z Mansion, 10,000 Dragon Court, Golden Crow Tribe, and others also knew. Many people sneered. Had Mount Indestructibility made a move? This was a good opportunity to kill Linwoody. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold, killing intent in their eyes. They brought their extreme Tao weapons. They killed their way out. The Z Mansion also prepared to make a move. The light-shaking realm made a move. Xiao Ying and the Purple Mansion Master also made a move. This time they had to kill Linwoody. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the Nether Sky continent again. When these people arrived at the Nether Sky continent, they felt a terrifying aura, the power of an extreme Tao weapon. What a terrifying indestructibility! It should be Linwoody. That was the power of the heaven-devouring jar. Mount Indestructibility could actually resist half an extreme Tao weapon. That was too terrifying. Who was it this time? They were incomparably shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others were worried. They quickly rushed over. Before they arrived, the two sides met and engaged in a huge battle. The people of the Divine Union still wanted to save the kid. Impossible. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. The 10,000 dragons diagram instantly charged out. Not good. The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed. Fortunately, Yanryu also took out an extreme Tao weapon. A terrifying green lotus danced and bloomed between heaven and earth. It blocked the attack. Murong Qingqing took out the desolate tower and charged forward. The 10,000 dragon diagram swayed and the blood boiled. The elders of the dragon tribe also felt their scalps go numb. Two extreme Tao weapons. Damn it, why aren't you making a move? They knew that there were people nearby, and they were from the Z Mansion. The people of the Z Mansion walked out and sneered. The Purple Mansion Master, Xiao Ying, and the others activated the dragon cauldron together. For extreme Tao weapons exploded at this moment. All the creatures of the Nether Sky continent prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to resist. Chapter 5432. The four extreme weapons collided once again, causing a shocking destruction. But fortunately, they flew directly into the outer space. It caused the outer space to shatter continuously. The people on the Nether Sky continent heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to attack their land, it would probably cease to exist. Damn it, they were stopped. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. Murong Qingqing said, "Restrain them. Now that Lin Xian was trapped, he should be able to fight back. But if the 1,000 Dragon Court and Zi Fu joined in, it would be really dangerous. So no matter what, they had to restrain these two forces." At the same time, they were also looking forward to such a battle. It should alarm the extreme Tao world. If the 3 street weapons of the extreme Tao world wanted to help, that would be great. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were also worried. If those 3-level weapons flew out to help Lin Xian, they would have no advantage. Yao Guang frowned. She had to think of a way to end this quickly. 9 Firmament, Quasi-Emperor said, "Don't worry, those 3 fellows won't come." "How can you be so sure?" Yao Guang frowned. 9 Firmament said, "Of course I'm sure, because you have to do something next. As long as this matter is successful, those 3 extreme weapons won't be in the mood to care about what happens here. There is an extremely unusual place in the Nether Sky continent where something is buried. If you tear a corner of the seal there, the 3 extreme grade weapons will panic. They will definitely suppress that thing with all their strength, so they won't come out." "What is it?" Yao Guang asked. 9 Firmament, Quasi-Emperor smiled. "Follow my instructions." Next, he began to release the news bit by bit to Yao Guang. Yao Guang soared into the sky and flew in a direction of the Nether Sky continent. 9 Firmament, Quasi-Emperor didn't tell Yao Guang everything because he had to keep some things to guard against the other party. During this period of time, he realized that Yao Guang's ambition was really too big, and this person was extremely sinister. Last time, he even wanted to devour his soul. Although it was only a part, it was enough to make 9 Firmament, Quasi-Emperor terrified. Although he was an expert from tens of thousands of years ago, he couldn't underestimate this young junior. If the other party had the chance, he would probably kill him. So he had to maintain some mystery and unfathomable to intimidate the other party. On the other side, Yao Guang was expressionless, but he harumphed coldly in his heart. "Old bastard, you are actually hiding something from me. Sooner or later, I will devour you, to obtain the true power of a Quasi-Emperor." The light-shaking realm cultivator did indeed want to devour the other party. After all, even though he was cooperating with the other party, there was still an old monster in his mind that was a threat. If he could devour the other party, the threat would be gone, and he could even grow stronger. It could be said that he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he knew that now was not the time to make a move. He would only make his move when he was at least 70% confident. Right now, he only had a 30% chance of success, which was too little. The Nether Sky continent was extremely vast. The Astral Light Society used the Gu clan's divine abilities and void divine abilities, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He could travel any further with void banishment and space folding. Finally, he arrived at a mountain range. It was very peaceful here. It was terrifyingly quiet. Yao Guang frowned. That's not right. There wasn't even a single demonic beast. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said with a smile, "Have you noticed? Do you see a valley in this mountain range? There's no movement there. Don't go to that valley. Just break one of its formations near the valley. What is this place? What kind of valley is this? Why is it so strange?" Yao Guang asked with a frown. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled mysteriously. "You go first." Yao Guang snorted coldly, feeling unhappy. But now, in order to deal with Lin Wudi, she didn't care. He landed outside the valley and attacked the ground. He tore the ground apart, and there was a stone tablet under the ground. A stone turtle was holding a stone tablet. It was very ancient. No one knew when it was buried here. What should he do next? Yao Guang asked. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled mysteriously. Her soul flew out. He didn't tell Yao Guang the method, but did it himself. After probing with his soul, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "It seems that it's similar to my speculation. This stone tablet is about to shatter. Even if we don't do anything, it will definitely shatter in 100 years. I'm going to advance it by 100 years. At this point, he waved his hand, and 5 mysterious runes appeared on the palm of his soul. This was also a kind of formation. It was unfathomable to use a formation to break a formation. Yao Guang's pupils constricted. It had devoured countless experts, among which were formation masters. His attainments in formations were also very strong. But now he couldn't understand it. Damn it, this was the difference between him and a quasi-emperor. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound on the stone tablet, and cracks appeared. Then it broke in half from the middle. Great! Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled. 100 years had been brought forward. This time there would be a show to watch. After saying that, he hurriedly returned to Yao Guang's body. He used the void ability to teleport the broken half of the stone tablet into the universe. As far as possible, don't let anyone find it. At the same time, run quickly. Yao Guang frowned. He still had many questions that he wanted to ask. But in the next moment he turned around and ran. With a wave of his hand, the power of space wrapped around the broken stone tablet and disappeared with it. In the next moment, in the uninhabited valley in front of him, there was a shrill scream. Then the surrounding 9 heavens and 10 earths all shattered. Yao Guang used her space ability to the extreme, but he was injured. Damn it! A voice injured him. If he hadn't become a new chaos physique and ran quickly, he would have died there. Damn old thing. You didn't tell me that it was so dangerous. Yao Guang was angry. A valley that looked a little strange. But he didn't care about it was actually so terrifying. What kind of power was that? One had to know that he was very close to winning the Triple Crown. But when he heard the remaining pow of the voice, he was almost scared to death. This was a forbidden land for life. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao smiled. At this moment, they had already arrived in the outer universe. He said, "You guessed right, it's a forbidden land for life. It's the same as Mount Eternal, a forbidden land for death. That valley is called the Valley of No Return. There are also incredible existences inside." When this thing appeared, the 3 extreme weapons of the extreme Tao world panicked. They will definitely come to suppress it. So you have to do 2 things now. Quickly teleport the broken stone tablet to a place. Don't think about destroying it. You can't destroy it. Only the power of time can destroy it. You just have to make it so that others can't find it. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to go back and kill Lin Wudi. You promised me that his physique is mine. Chapter 5433. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Zifu, Morong Qingqing, and Yan Ruyu's battle was getting more and more terrifying. Extreme Tao power erupted and swept across heaven and earth. The nether sky continent shook violently. Finally, the extreme Tao world was alerted. Destructive Spear and the others' eyes shone with a cold light. What was going on? They all rushed out. To be honest, the extreme Tao world wouldn't care about the battle outside. They had their own missions, but the battle of 4 extreme weapons was too terrifying. They had to go because the extreme weapons were fighting on the nether sky continent. Could it be that they were targeting Lin Xian at this time? The Treasure of Life was worried. Black Tortoise also said, "Let's go and take a look." The 3 extreme weapons rushed out. The moment they appeared, their extreme aura also erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and Purple Palace sensed this, their expressions changed. Not good. If the 3 extreme weapons interfered, they had no chance of winning. They all wanted to escape. However, when the 3 apex weapons rushed out, they were stunned halfway through their journey, because they felt an even more terrifying aura erupt and sweep across the 9 heavens. At this moment, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others all stopped. They looked into the distance in horror. What was going on there? The people from Zifu and 10,000 Dragon Dynasty felt their scalps go numb. They felt a shocking power. Was there something terrifying in the nether sky continent? They couldn't believe it. Destructive Spear roared. Damn it, it's the Valley of No Return. Who opened the seal? No, they had to suppress it. 8 trigrams was also anxious. The Treasure of Life sighed and glanced into the distance. He shot out a streak of life energy. Then he went to suppress the seal of the Valley of No Return. Logically speaking, it should only be opened 100 years later. Now that it suddenly appeared, they were all shocked. They definitely couldn't allow it to come out now. The three extreme weapons charged towards the Valley of No Return. They wanted to suppress and repair the formation. Let's go. When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and Zi Fu sensed this, they laughed out loud. Haha, great. Let's see who can save Lin Xian this time. However, this time he would die. The faces of Murong Qingqing and the others were cold. Yao Guang used a spatial spell to teleport the broken stone tablet away. No one would be able to find it in a short period of time. Then he turned around and teleported back to the Nether Sky continent. He was ready to attack Lin Xian. Let's go and kill Lin Wudy. The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Purple Mansion also attacked. Murong Qingcheng, Yen Ruyu, and the others from the Divine Union intercepted him. They fought as they flew. Gradually, they approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian was currently inside the 8 gates fatal blow formation. The 8 pitch-black doors in the sky emitted an indestructible aura, as if they wanted to obliterate Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was resisting the terrifying power, but this power was getting weaker and weaker. He probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. That brat was not dead yet. After the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty arrived, they roared at the sky. However, they didn't act blindly without thinking. This was because they realized that the formation in front of them was extremely terrifying. Big Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others had also arrived. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately became nervous. That despicable Mount Eternal. Murong Qingqing shouted and immediately activated the Desolate Tower to attack. The Desolate Tower blasted forward, causing the 8 gates fatal blow formation to shake violently. Inside the Supreme Pagoda, the first emissary opened his eyes. His face was extremely pale, despicable, an extreme weapon. He spat out blood. He didn't expect that someone would come to save Lin Xian. Was he going to fail? However, when he saw the scene, he sneered. This was because he realized that other than people who came to save Lin Xian, there were also people who wanted to kill Lin Xian. What should we do? Long Wu from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty asked. A divine ancestor from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted his teeth. Don't worry, both sides have extreme weapons. The other side can't use extreme weapons to save each other. Next, we will fight with numbers. We outnumber them. Enter the formation and kill Lin Xian. The 4 extreme weapons were in a stalemate in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. Up until now, they hadn't fully recovered. It was probably a matter of resources. However, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty started to move. 9 experts from the dragon race charged forward. They said, "Those from Mount Eternal, please allow us to enter. We want to kill Lin Wudy." Xiao Ing and the others from the Purple Mansion sect also walked in and said coldly, "Your strength isn't enough to kill Lin Wudy, but with our strength, you can definitely do it." That's right, kill him. A light-shaking realm cultivator appeared. When they saw this, the Divine Union's people's faces turned ugly. A light-shaking realm cultivator was too terrifying. Very few people were a match for him. Murong Qingqing and Yen Ryu also had cold expressions. The 2 of them weren't a match for the other side, but if they joined forces, they could fight against a light-shaking realm cultivator. However, could the Divine Union's people fight against the others? Fight! Bai Su and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon also roared. Kill! A great battle broke out in an instant. Not only were there extreme weapons, but the Divine Union's people were also fighting. It was very terrifying. On the other side, the first emissary's face was cold. He really couldn't kill Lin Xian in an instant. The people around him were so terrifying, and they had more than one extreme weapon. After thinking about it, he also felt that a long delay might lead to trouble, so he was prepared to end the battle quickly. He said, "Okay, I'll let you in." The 9 experts from the dragon race walked in. On the other side, the Purple Mansion sex experts also entered. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu joined forces to stop the light-shaking realm cultivator. They definitely wouldn't allow the light-shaking realm cultivators to hurt Lin Xian. As for the others, the Divine Union's people stopped them. However, people like Xiao Ying and the others were very terrifying. They were invincible. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Wudi die. Xiao Ying sneered. He was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and slapped out. The terrifying palm swept through the 9 heavens. Nothing could stop it. Xiao Ying's strength had become stronger than before. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, was surrounded by 8 palms. The black, undying hand seemed to want to seal him. Feeling the danger, he opened his eyes. In his right eye, there was a trace of extremely terrifying reincarnation light. Xiao Ying was stunned when he felt this eye, but he quickly gritted his teeth. Lin Wudi, it's useless. I admit that you're stronger than me and won the championship. But now, what about you? You've been suppressed, sealed, and heavily injured. It's easy for me to kill you. After saying that, Xiao Ying slapped out again. Lin Xian didn't say anything. His Rinnegan ice spun rapidly and turned into a ball of reincarnation flame that flew out. Boom! This ball of flame was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky and earth shook. Apart from the undying hand, the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Wudi actually had this kind of power. Chapter 54:34. Xiao Ying was also startled. This flame really exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, Lin Xian was pale and sealed by 8 palms. He didn't have much strength left. That was why he was the first to rush over. Lin Xian was the champion of the dragon transformation battle. If he killed him personally, there would be a lot of benefits. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. There was an earth-shattering sound as his palms were enveloped in flames. In the next moment, he screamed and retreated. He was severely injured. He gritted his teeth. Let's do it! The 9 powerhouses of the dragon tribe stepped forward, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Kill! By Susu, Toad, and the Crimson Dragon stopped 3 of them. The remaining 6 rushed out. The 6 of them, working together, was still very terrifying. Their power completely surpassed Xiao Ying's. At this moment, the people around them were worried for Lin Xian. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty were looking forward to it. They should be able to kill Lin Wudi this time. Kill him and avenge the Dragon Prince. Lin Wudi, go to hell. An elder from the Dragon tribe shouted coldly. He threw out a punch, and it was as if a huge dragon was sweeping through the world. Stupid thing, you offended Mount Eternal and were suppressed. Today is the day you die. Another expert from the Dragon tribe roared angrily again and struck out lightning that filled the sky. It turned into a lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then a terrifying wind dragon, a terrifying sea dragon, and the divine ancestors of the 6 great dragon tribes attacked one after another. They enveloped the world. This was the power of a fatal blow. Xiao Ying and the others were terrified. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. No, boss, damn it, they roared crazily. Lin Xian could have dodged if he was at his peak. However, he had been sealed by the people of Mount Eternal. How could he dodge? Even a divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it if he were to take it head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the number 1 emissary in the sky sneered. It was over. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. Although he was enveloped by the indestructible hand, it didn't mean that anyone could attack him. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Therefore, he will make these people of the Dragon Clan regret. The Rinnegan in his right eye suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying brilliance. Those reincarnation runes kept interweaving, and terrifying reincarnation power rushed out. It exploded between heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone was terrified. Their scalps went numb, and Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He used a power that surpassed everything and summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. 1. Between heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation turned into a sword of reincarnation. Although it was an illusion, it was incomparably terrifying. It became the most resplendent light in the world. His appearance caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The 6 sacred ancestors of the dragon tribe narrowed their eyes. Damn it, that's impossible. How could he still have such power? They roared crazily and even wanted to escape. However, the phantom of the Samsara sword slashed down and enveloped them. 6 paths of reincarnation. These divine ancestors of the dragon race screamed miserably as their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Then, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom! The 8 gates heaven-lock great array shook violently. The 2 pitch-black gates that were struck by the Samsara sword started to crack. There was no other way. The Samsara sword was too terrifying. Although it was just an illusion, its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian sighed. His right eye slowly closed, and a stream of blood dripped down from it. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The first emissary spat out a mouthful of blood. The great array was damaged, and he also suffered a backlash. The people of the dragon tribe went crazy. The 10,000 dragons dynasty roared crazily. No, with this sword strike, the 6 divine ancestors of the dragon clan disappeared. Were their souls taken away by reincarnation? Damn it, that's impossible. They roared crazily. How could Lin Wuti be so powerful? This was completely beyond their understanding. 5 years ago, Lin Wuti was definitely not this terrifying. The people of the Purple Mansion also frowned. Damn it, the situation was beyond their expectations. Xiao Ying was completely stunned. The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Boss Lin had become even stronger than before. Murong Qingqing and the others' nervousness also eased a bit. Lin Xian sighed and stood up. The 8 gates, heaven lock, great array, had almost sealed him. But now the people of the Divine Union had come and started to attack the array. In addition, there were extreme weapons in the sky. Although they did not attack the array, the aura they emitted made the array shake violently. The array was already on the verge of collapse. Coupled with Lin Xian's summons and the Samsara sword, the array was destroyed. A few cracks appeared on the indestructible hand, and Lin Xian finally walked out of the seal. His expression was extremely cold. The 10,000 dragons dynasty, the Purple Mansion, and the families and sects that dared to come and kill me are all dead. Lin Xian's murderous intent continued to surface. He was truly enraged. He looked at Xiao Ying first. How dare you be the first to come and kill me? You deserve to die. He walked over step by step. His speed was not fast, and his body was shaking a little. After all, he had been sealed for too long. However, Xiao Ying's scalp went numb. He was frightened by Lin Wuti's aura. After all, that sword had been too terrifying. The Purple Mansion master roared crazily. Don't be afraid of him. He could only use the Samsara sword once. His Rinnegan could no longer be used, and he did not have much strength left. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Xiao Ying, kill him. Yes, that's right. Xiao Ying's eyes flashed malevolently. He could see that Lin Xian's right eye was bleeding and was completely closed. There was not much strength left in his body. Lin Wuti, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are at your peak? If you were at your peak, I would turn and run. However, you are too injured now. Do you know how much my strength has improved in the past 5 years? You are no match for me at all. Xiao Ying roared crazily and attacked. Xiao's blade, Shadow Sword. A long blade appeared in his left hand and a demon's sword appeared in his right. Both the blade and the sword attacked. The great Tao above continued to erupt. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Even the other Double Crown champions wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Wuti was weak now. How could he block it? Haha, go to hell. Wonderful. The Purple Palace Lord laughed, and even the light-shaking realm cultivators were ready to attack. The Nine-Firmament Quasi-Emperor in his mind was ready to rush out at any time. Not good. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were worried again. Without the Rinnegan, could Lin Xian still resist? Retreat quickly. The Crimson Dragon roared. Run away quickly. We will come back for revenge later. Leave. Lin Xian shook his head. Why should I leave? He is just an ant. I can kill him easily. There is no need to leave. Chapter 54:35. What did you say? Did you just call me an ant? How dare you look down on me? Xiao Ying roared crazily as the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. Go to hell. Lin Wuti. Lin Xian stretched out a finger, and a terrifying sword chi appeared on the tip of his finger. He then pointed it forward. The sword illuminated the area and became the only thing in the world. After the light flashed, Xiao Ying stopped. Xiao Ying stopped there. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Then, with that hole as the center, his body split in half. One move had destroyed his body and soul. Everyone went crazy. The people from the Purple Mansion could not believe what they had seen. Xiao Ying had been killed in one move. Xiao Ying was a Double Crown champion who was ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Transformation Battle. His strength had increased over the past 5 years, but he had been killed by Lin Wuti in one move. It was too shocking. Not only were the people from the Purple Mansion shocked, but the people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Murong Qingqing's eyes widened, and the Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. Damn! What level had this kid reached? I have said that those who came to kill me will have to pay the price. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Then he let out a furious roar. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into divine dragons, piercing through all directions. More than 10 figures who were close to him were pierced through and nailed to the ground. The others felt their scalps go numb as they retreated in fear. The people from the Golden Crow tribe trembled. Damn it! Lin Wuti's fighting strength was too heaven-defying. Had he become a Triple Crown champion? On the other side, the people from the Twin Destiny tribe were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Now, they regretted coming to kill Lin Wuti. This was great. The people from the Divine Union cheered. Although they felt like they were in a dream, they saw hope. Lin Xian left lotuses under his feet wherever he went. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shattered. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Spear of Great Destruction and launched a counterattack. He did not even turn his head. However, the black Great Obliteration Spear turned into a black lightning bolt and pierced through the 9 heavens. Puff! The first emissary was pierced through by the black Great Spear of Annihilation, blasting him into pieces. He turned into a bloody mist and fled back into the Supreme Pagoda. It was only by relying on the supreme power of the Supreme Pagoda that he managed to preserve his life. However, he was also seriously injured. With a wave of his hand, the Great Destruction Spear flew over. Like a demon god, Lin Xian walked forward once more. He stared at Yao Guang. Yao Guang's expression also darkened. In truth, he had been impatient to kill Lin Xian. Firstly, it was to prove himself. Secondly, it was to kill the other party. One less potential enemy. But now he was shaken because he realized that Lin Xian was really too powerful. She was completely different from the person he knew. Just what kind of good fortune did this kid obtain in the extreme Dao world? Why did it become so terrifying? Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian arrived in front of him and said coldly, Yao Guang, you want to kill me? Yao Guang coldly snorted. What if I say yes? Just as he finished speaking, the Great Destruction turned into a bolt of lightning and struck towards him, courting death. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared, leaving a large crack in the void. He used the void ability and retreated, but his blood was churning and his expression was extremely ugly. He took a step forward. Yang Tian angrily shouted, "I'm not trash like Xiaoying. It won't be so easy for you to kill me." Buzz! Lin Xian's demon god wings unfurled and flapped lightly, instantly arriving in front of Yao Guang. The Great Destruction spear shot out again like a black dragon. The inheritance of the great emperor and the power of the great dragon's sword spirit merged together. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He did not dare to face it head-on and dodged again. At the same time, he used the void ability, but it was useless. Everything was turned into ashes by the Great Destruction spear. Yao Guang's shoulder was swept and instantly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. His bones were shattered. He was too powerful. He actually suppressed Yao Guang so easily. The surrounding Golden Crow clan and Destiny clan members were shocked. Even the Zifu clan members could not believe it. Yao Guang had lost to Lin Wuti before, but that was only after using all of his methods. However, the current Lin Xian was able to easily suppress a light-shaking realm cultivator. Yao Guang's broken shoulder also quickly healed. He roared at the sky, "Damn it, I don't believe it!" When did the gap between the two of them become so large? Why do I feel that elder brother Xian's aura is different? Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed. Yan Ryu also frowned, but she could not tell what was different. They were not the only ones. The other sacred ancestors also had the same feeling. They felt that Lin Xian's aura was completely different from before. They did not know that Lin Xian had merged with the divine flame seed. At this moment, his body already carried a mysterious aura. Of course, it was different from before. Not convinced, Lin Xian looked forward and coldly laughed. "Then I'll beat you until you're convinced." The Great Destruction spear danced and slashed down. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He waved his hands, and a black vortex appeared. Devour. Not only could the demonic heaven-devouring technique devour others, but it also had a mysterious power. At this moment, it seemed to want to devour Lin Xian's attack. Boom! The Great Destruction spear was blocked. At this moment, Lin Xian punched out. This punch carried a monstrous flame power that seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the black vortex was punched through, and the punch landed on Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang was smashed into pieces. His body was ignited, and he let out a miserable roar. Damn it! The primal chaos aura on his body completely erupted, suppressing heaven and earth. Only then was he able to escape. However, his expression had become incomparably ugly. Was he defeated? The other party easily destroyed his physique. One had to know that he already had a new primal chaos body. Damn it, what kind of power was this? In his mind, the Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments was also shocked. Yao Guang said, "Old thing, are you still not going to make a move? Don't you want to devour him? Use your boundary emperor power." The Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments expression was cold. "If I could do it myself, why would I need you? Previously, you devoured a part of my soul. Later, I destroyed the stone tablet of the Valley of No Return. Do you think I don't need power to restrain 3 extreme grade weapons? I have no power left." Indeed, the Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments was very terrifying. He destroyed the stone tablet, and the 3 extreme grade weapons had not returned yet. His methods were indeed terrifying. However, he was after all a remnant soul, so he couldn't come out at all to face Lin Xian. After hearing this, Yao Guang's expression became completely ugly. Originally, they had restrained the extreme grade weapons of the extreme grade world. They thought that they had a chance of winning this time and could kill Lin Wuti. They would get everything they wanted. However, the current situation was completely beyond their expectations. Could it be that they had to return empty-handed today? In fact, the situation might be even more difficult than he had imagined, because Lin Xian didn't seem to intend to let him go. Demon God Seal. A large black seal was slapped out, sweeping between heaven and earth, attacking Yao Guang. Chapter 54:36. Yao Guang used the primal chaos fist to fight back. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. The primal chaos fist was no match for Yao Guang. Yao Guang was pushed back. He used the bloodline divine axe and seemed to have turned into a giant. Die! Yao Guang shouted angrily and attacked. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He opened his hands and grabbed at the primal chaos axe. He put his hands together and slapped the primal chaos axe. With a clang, he caught hold of the giant axe. Damn! Impossible! The Purple Mansion master jumped up. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others were also shocked. What kind of divine power was this? There seemed to be a mysterious flame dancing between Lin Xian's eyebrows. After fusing with the divine fire seed, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had experienced 500 years in the past. During this period of time, his strength had also increased. Therefore, Yao Guang was no match for him now. Holding the primal chaos divine axe with both hands, Lin Xian kicked out. He kicked Yao Guang away like a coiling dragon. Yao Guang's body cracked again, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. His fists swept down like a storm. Yao Guang's body, which had just healed, was broken again. Once, twice, thrice. Yao Guang's body was broken 10 times. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the demon god seal. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with despair. Defeated, he had lost so miserably. The surrounding people were all stunned. Yao Guang had the primal chaos body. He was ranked second in the dragon transformation station, second only to Lin Xian. Now he couldn't fight back at all. Damn it! Yao Guang roared crazily. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a black vortex and pounced at Lin Xian. He used the demonic heaven-devouring art to the extreme, wanting to forcefully devour Lin Xian. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the black heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand. He slammed it forward. It also turned into a giant vortex and swallowed Yao Guang. Light-shaking realm cultivators howled in pain. Lin Xian sneered. How could it be? After devouring so many experts over the years, it must be the taste of being devoured. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with a terrifying radiance, and Yao Guang went crazy. Help me, he cried for help. In his mind, the quasi-emperor of the 9 firmaments gritted his teeth. Damn it! He did not hesitate to damage his soul again to launch a world-shaking attack. The heaven-swallowing jar shook. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an extremely sharp light. Suppress him. So what if he had the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor? This time, he would definitely not let him escape. A large amount of energy surged out from the sword world. The heavenly quasi-emperor was also helpless. His eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that he was going to die here this time? How dare you! When the Purple Mansion master saw this, he hurriedly controlled the dragon pattern cauldron to descend. Boom! Above the dragon pattern tripod, the 2 dragons danced and intertwined. They attacked the heaven-swallowing jar and sent it flying. Only then had he managed to save Yao Guang. At this moment, Yao Guang's body was shattered, and he was in a miserable state. The soul of the 9 firmaments in his mind was also injured and fell into a deep sleep. He was completely defeated in this battle. This was a good opportunity. Yan, Ruyu, Murong Qingqing, and the others in the sky seized this opportunity and attacked crazily. Many people on the Purple Mansion's side were instantly swept by the extreme weapons and turned into bloody mist. Even the 10,000 Dragons Court's 10,000 Dragons picture was suppressed again. Damn it! The 10,000 Dragons Court's sacred master roared crazily as he looked up at the first emissary in the sky. Is Mount Eternal still not going to make a move? The first emissary was also in a miserable state. He used the power of the supreme treasure pagoda and barely blocked the attack. The Purple Mansion master hurriedly brought Yao Guang and used the dragon pattern cauldron again. The two sides faced off. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yao Guang was heavily injured, but with the protection of the extreme weapons, it would not be easy to kill the other party. However, he quickly changed his target. In that case, he would make a move on the surrounding people. He walked over like a god walking in the mortal world. Countless sword chi and divine flames appeared in his hand, along with the aura of yin and yang. Every time the sword chi slashed down, someone from the Purple Mansion, the 10,000 Dragons Court, the Golden Crow Race, and the Twins of Destiny would die. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts had been turned into a sea of blood and fell in the surroundings. The entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Everyone went crazy. Retreat, quickly retreat. The Golden Crow Race and the Twins of Destiny frantically ran away. In the end, all of them were killed. Only the Purple Mansion Master and some core members of the 10,000 Dragons Court were left. They were protected by the extreme aura, or else they would have died. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons Court's dragon race were red. They had suffered such heavy losses this time. The Purple Mansion Master roared crazily. They were in an even worse state. Xiao Ying was dead, and Yao Guang was heavily injured. These were two peak double champions, and they were young and had a boundless future. But now, they had been beaten so miserably by Lin Xian. Let's go. The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. It was impossible to kill his opponent this time. It was already good enough that he was not killed by his opponent. He didn't dare to fight anymore. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons Court were red. They couldn't bear it. Damn it. Ask Lord Dragon Tomb to come out. They were prepared to summon Lord Dragon Tomb again. Last time, when they were carefully preparing to kill Lin Xian, they had asked Lord Dragon Tomb to come out. However, in the end, a quasi-emperor appeared and scared Lord Dragon Tomb away. And now, this quasi-emperor had fought with the quasi-emperor of the Primal Chaos race and hadn't returned yet. Now that there was no quasi-emperor who could protect Lin Wudy, they were prepared to ask Lord Dragon Tomb again. The dragon chi on these people's bodies was monstrous, forming a huge teleportation array. Endless dragon shadows appeared inside. In the next moment, an old figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of suppression because this Lord Dragon Tomb had one foot that had surpassed the Saint Realm. He was a very terrifying existence, and he was the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. His status was extraordinary, definitely not ordinary. Lord Dragon Tomb sat cross-legged in the void. He slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter? Summoning me? His voice was low and deep, and it carried a trace of supreme pressure. The Dragon Clan hurriedly said, asking Lord Dragon Tomb to kill Lin Wudy. Lin Wudy again. Lord Dragon Tomb frowned tightly. The Dragon Lord quickly relayed the news to him. Lord Dragon Tomb exclaimed, an extremely terrifying light erupting from his eyes. He stood up. Was this the good opportunity to kill the other party? Since that was the case, he wouldn't give up. Young man, kneel down and accept your death. This time, no quasi-emperor can protect you. An extremely terrifying light erupted from Dragon Tomb's eyes. It turned into lightning and charged directly towards Lin Xian. Boom! Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. It was terrifying to the extreme. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the heaven-swallowing jar. A terrifying vortex floated in front of him, resisting the terrifying lightning. Chapter 54:37. The heaven-swallowing jar blocked this attack. Boundless spatial cracks were spreading all around. It made one scalp go numb. Did it block it? Lord Longmu's face darkened. half of the heaven-swallowing jar. Humph. He snorted coldly. Do you think this thing can protect your life? The killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian held the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the old figure in the sky. He said coldly, "You are Long Xiaoyan's guardian. Get lost now. Otherwise, I will send you to hell to accompany him." The surrounding people were at a loss and unfamiliar with the name Long Xiaotian. Who was this person? However, the pupils of the experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted, especially Lord Longmu, who was instantly furious. How dare you? How dare you call the Dragon Emperor by his name? Go to hell. Endless light appeared on his body. He even grabbed the 10,000 dragons' portrait with one hand and drew 10,000 dragon shadows that covered the sky and earth as they charged over. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the black vortex that filled the sky swallowed over. Murong Qingcheng also released the power of the desolate tower to resist. The two of them barely resisted this attack. There was nothing they could do. Long Mu's cultivation was stronger than theirs, and he had already stepped out of the Saint Realm. The extreme weapon he used was really too terrifying. Old thing, do you really think I can't deal with you? Lin Xian was also furious. His eyes shone with an extremely terrifying light. This attack also caused his blood to boil. He waved his hand and took out a figure from the sword world. It was an imposing man who stood tall and upright. His appearance caused the surrounding heaven and earth to crumble. Everyone could not help but want to kneel down and submit. Even Long Mu's pupils constricted. This was a quasi-emperor. He was so scared that he almost turned around and fled because he was already very close to this realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor's power was. In the era where the great emperor did not appear, this was a godlike existence that could sweep through everything. Yao Guang's pupils also constricted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, don't be afraid. This is just the corpse of a quasi-emperor." Hearing this, Lord Longmu stopped. He turned his head, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Was it just a corpse? He sneered. "You think you can scare me with a corpse? What a joke. That's good as well. After I snatch this quasi-emperor corpse, I can study it. Perhaps in a few years, I will be able to become a new quasi-emperor." He was elated. However, Long Wu's brows were tightly knitted together. She said, "Don't underestimate the old ancestor. This guy can merge with the corpse of a quasi-emperor." He had to stop him. Hearing this, Lord Longmu's eyes also burst with an extremely terrifying light. He held the myriad dragon's picture in his hand and turned into a supreme god of war. A terrifying extreme Dao aura descended. Countless black vortexes appeared around Lin Xian to defend himself. At the same time, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. His soul entered the quasi-emperor corpse, wanting to control it. He had used it once before, and its power was astonishing. However, something unexpected happened this time. Lin Xian's soul had just approached the quasi-emperor corpse and wanted to enter, but the moment it entered, it was bounced back. Lin Xian's soul returned to its original position. His body swayed, and his face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lin Xian was stunned. His soul couldn't enter. He couldn't control this quasi-emperor corpse. The others were also stunned. What's going on? Murong Qingqing and the others were anxious, but Yao Guang, Long Wu, and the others frowned. Soon, they said that they couldn't merge with this quasi-emperor corpse. "Great. Old ancestor, this is your chance. Quickly kill him." "Can't merge? That's impossible." Crimson Dragon and the others were anxious because Lin Xian had indeed merged with it before. Lin Xian also frowned. This is impossible. He tried again. However, his soul couldn't enter at all. What's going on? In an instant, Lin Xian understood that he was different from before. He had merged with a divine flame seed and had the power of a divine flame in his body. Not only his physique, but also his soul. The quasi-emperor corpse in front of him most likely didn't walk the divine Tao, but the immortal Tao. The divine Tao and the immortal Tao condensed divine flames, and the immortal Qi condensed. Although the main force didn't form true immortal Qi, a wisp of immortal Qi seed was different from a divine flame. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't enter and control the other party now. This was truly unexpected news, and Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Lord Long Mu in the sky sneered. "Kid, you don't have any trump cards, right? Since that's the case, you can die in peace." As he spoke, the 10,000 dragon portrait in the sky became even more terrifying. He attacked forcefully, killing the other party and snatching the quasi-emperor corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He put away the quasi-emperor corpse, and in the next moment, dragon scales grew on his body. The great dragon sword soul appeared, and the moment it appeared, it displayed unparalleled offensive power. Then Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon and opened the sword world in his body. Infinite power surged out. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. This time, the power of his dragon transformation was even more terrifying than in the extreme Tao world. "Kill!" With a furious roar, he soared into the sky and fought with the 10,000 dragon portrait. "You're courting death." Long Mu snorted coldly. "Do you think you're a true dragon just because you transformed into a dragon?" In his opinion, the 10,000 dragon portrait could easily kill the other party. However, after a few collisions, the 10,000 dragon portrait was actually helpless. The other party was using the power of the great dragon's sword soul. Was he going to merge with the great dragon sword? He was too shocked. He knew about the legend of the great dragon sword. Back then, the offensive power of heaven and earth merged with an ancestral dragon of their dragon race to form the great dragon sword. Now that Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, didn't this mean that he had the aptitude of an ancestral dragon? He gritted his teeth and roared. Endless power appeared on his body. He had white hair and turned into a handsome, middle-aged man. It was obvious that he had used some of his true power. One had to know that he was already very old. Usually he sealed his power and lived in the state of an old man, because this could prolong his life. Now that he could desperately recover to his peak, he wanted to use all of his power. The 10,000 dragon portrait became even more terrifying in his hands. At the same time, a gourd appeared in his hand. A black gourd spun non-stop, spewing out endless Tao of dragon aura, which formed a suit of armor on his body. The armor contained a terrifying amount of power. "Kid, do you know my identity? I'm the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. Now that I've taken out something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb, it's not something you can contend against. Go to hell." Sensing the power of this armor, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. "Damn it, this is the Dragon Emperor's item, right?" Murong Qingqing and the others were also shocked. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. "Oh no, the power on it is too strong. Will it fully awaken the extreme Tao weapon?" Chapter 5438. Yanryu also frowned. She carefully sensed and then shook her head. It was not a complete recovery. However, it far surpassed the extreme Tao power that we are using now. She also began to worry for Lin Xian. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty laughed. "Kid, what do you have to contend against our dragon race? Our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is an emperor race. The methods and treasures left behind by the great emperor are not something you can imagine." Feeling the danger, Lin Xian also frowned. In the next moment, he collided with the 10,000 dragon diagram. He was forced back and even spat out a mouthful of blood. "Not dead yet?" everyone exclaimed. One had to know that the current extreme Tao weapons were too terrifying. However, Lin Xian was only injured. It was too unbelievable. Long Mu's eyes also erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He stretched the black gourd to its limit. From inside, an ocean-like aura of the Tao of dragons emerged. He was going to attack again, recover his peak strength, He had consumed a lot of energy, and it was very likely that he would speed up its death, so he was prepared to end the battle quickly. Lin Xian was also angry. He once again activated the sword world in his body. A competition of strength? Then let's go all out. He now had some power in the sword world, but it was mainly to maintain the growth of the spirit, herbs inside, and to restore the sword world. Therefore, Lin Xian was usually unwilling to use it, but when it came to fighting with his life on the line, he couldn't care less. Wasn't it just recovering the power of the extreme Tao? He had also fully recovered the power of the great dragon sword spirit. However, at this time the situation changed. A black ring flew out from the sword world and directly rushed out of the world. It arrived in front of Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the ring, he was stunned. This was because he had obtained this black ring during this period of time. When he entered the oblique moon cave in the extreme Tao world, other than a stone monkey, there was also a sleeping man. That man was sleeping on top of the dragon mountain formed by 10,000 dragons. He was extremely mysterious. There were countless dragons crawling beside him. Back then, Lin Xian thought that man was the Dragon Emperor. However, when he returned to 90,000 years ago, he realized that the Dragon Emperor was not that person. That person's identity? Lin Xian was suspicious again. She guessed that it must be related to the Dragon Clan. It was even possible that he was an expert from the Dragon Clan who was even more ancient than the Dragon Emperor. Now that one of his rings had flown out, what would happen next? The black ring appeared and flew to Lin Xian's left thumb before fusing together. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying radiance erupt from his left hand. The black ring suddenly fused with Lin Xian's left hand. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, and his left hand was a dragon claw. This was a dragon claw that was emitting a black glow, as if it was made of black gold. An extremely terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian was shocked by this power. He could feel that there was unlimited power in his left hand. Kill! He did not dare to hesitate. In an instant, the dragon claw on his left hand swung out. He immediately turned into an aurora and charged at Lord Longmu. Lord Longmu's pupils constricted. Block it! He used the 10,000 dragons diagram to block it. In the next moment, the two collided. Endless aurora formed between heaven and earth. An entire nether sky continent shook violently. At this moment, not only the nether sky continent, but the entire burial Earth star sensed it. They looked into the distance. Shocking. Extreme Tao confrontation. Who was it? Was there another war between the Emperor clans? It was really too unbelievable. The other Emperor clans, Yi clan, Gu clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan all looked up at the sky. This was the aura of an extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram. The other was also the aura of the Dragon Clan. Their brows furrowed tightly. I wonder who's the one fighting? Retreat. The people near the battle retreated even more frantically. Murong Qingcheng, Yen Ruyu, and the others withdrew their extreme weapons and led the people of the Divine Union into the distance. Not only them, but the Zifu clan, Dragon Clan, Golden Crow, and the others all fled. The number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal also retreated. The place where Lin Xian was turned into a land of nothingness. At this moment, a scream was heard as blood dripped from the sky. Someone was injured. They looked up nervously. Even the 10,000 Dragons dynasty was nervous. Who was it? Was it Lord Longmu or Lin Xian? 10,000 dragon dynasties, Long Wu gritted her teeth and said, "Who was Lord Longmu?" He had already taken out the treasure from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. How could he be injured? Yes, that's right. The other Dragon Clan powerhouses also nodded. Lord Longmu was definitely an invincible existence this time. On the other side, the people of the Divine Union were nervous. Could it be that Brother Xian was injured? Damn it, it was possible. How could the Dragon Emperor's things be simple? That power was too strong. The Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Bai Susu was also nervous. If Lin Xian was injured, they had to quickly take him away. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu nodded. They were ready to make a move at any time. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. It wasn't just them. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was dumbfounded. The people of the Zifu clan were shocked. The others were even more dumbfounded because the injured one wasn't Lin Xian. It was Lord Longmu. At this moment, Lin Xian transformed into a dragon and used the power of his divine body and dragon soul to block the 10,000 Dragons' portrait. His dragon claws pierced through Lord Longmu's body. Fresh blood dripped from Lord Longmu's wound, piercing through heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared on the entire Yutian continent. This was blood that surpassed that of a saint. It was too strong. Nothing could stop it. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Purple Mansion master exclaimed. This was impossible. How could Lin Wuyi be so strong? Had he fully recovered his great dragon sword soul? The people of the Dragon Clan were even more crazy. The Dragon Clan's divine ancestor shook his head frantically. They were about to kneel down. Impossible. Lord Longmu definitely wouldn't be injured. What they saw was an illusion. Longwu's face was also pale. Lord Longmu's strength was terrifying. Furthermore, he was wearing the dragon armor. That was something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It could definitely increase Lord Longmu's defense infinitely. However, the armor was broken and Lord Longmu was injured. How did Lin Wuyi do it? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. He had succeeded. The Crimson Dragon couldn't believe it. Murong Qingqing and the others also widened their beautiful eyes. Brother Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. This trump card was too strong. Could it be that this was a fortune obtained in the extreme Dao realm? Longmu was also stunned. The injuries on her body made her go crazy. He was injured. What a joke. However, the truth was right in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at the dragon claw. At this moment, Lin Xian's dragon claw had turned black. It was as if it was made of black dragon metal. That might caused his body to tremble. Chapter 5439. Even Lin Xian couldn't believe that he could injure the other party so easily. He looked at the shocked face, and his lips curled into a smile. How is it? Aren't you surprised? Do you really think you can kill me just because you have something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Too naive. As he spoke, he exerted force with his dragon claw and sent Lord Longmu flying. Lord Longmu screamed. He was seriously injured. Go. The 10,000 Dragon Court's divine ancestor's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He hurriedly took Lord Longmu away. They took the 10,000 dragons' portrait and turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Damn it, let's go too. The people from the Purple Mansion also hurriedly fled. This time, their losses were really too heavy. The people from the Golden Crow clan and the Twins of Destiny had all died. Of the 9 envoys from Mount Eternal, only the first light-shaking realm was left. He was seriously injured and had to flee. Nearly half of the people from the Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Dragon Court had died. More importantly, many of those who had died were top-notch experts. Even Lord Longmu had been injured. It could be said that it was a complete defeat. Did we win? The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. That's great. Lin Xian looked at his black dragon claw and was also surprised. The black metal on his palm disappeared and turned into a black ring that floated in the air again. The power on the ring had completely disappeared. He didn't know when he could use it again. Lin Xian put the black ring away. This was really a powerful trump card. Brother Xian, are you okay? Murong Qingqing and the others flew over. Lin Xian's face was pale. He wasn't seriously injured, but he had overexerted himself this time. Are you guys okay? Murong Qingqing and the others shook their heads. Then Yan Ryu frowned and looked into the distance. What was that terrifying aura? While they were fighting, there was a terrifying aura erupting somewhere in the nether sky continent. There was even a huge light flickering. Lin Xian's expression changed when he felt this aura. He said, "It's a few extreme weapons from the extreme Tao world. What are they attacking? Take a look." They rose into the air and flew towards that place. In front of him, the 8 trigrams flickered, and the destruction spear exploded with power. The treasured bottle of life also released its aura, and together they suppressed the Valley of No Return. However, within the Valley of No Return, an extremely terrifying roar could be heard, as if something was trying to rush out. Damn it! Where exactly did that broken half of the stone tablet go? The 8 trigrams roared. He had searched the entire burial Earth star, but he could not find anything. Could it be that someone had tossed it into outer space? That would be troublesome. The universe was too big. There were thousands of worlds in the universe. Without any clues, who knew where they would fall? Could it be that something from the Valley of No Return was really going to come out this time? Mount Eternal and the Valley of No Return had already come out. If they were to come out, the situation would be more dangerous than they had imagined. Just as they were panicking, Lin Xian and the others rushed over from behind. "Seniors, what's going on?" Lin Xian and the others asked after they arrived. The black tortoise 8 trigrams was overjoyed. "Great, you guys are here. Quick, how many more extreme weapons do you have? Take it out." Together, they suppressed the valley in front of them. They absolutely could not let the thing inside out. What was in this valley? Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Was there such a terrifying place in the nether sky continent? Looking at the valley in front of them, Lin Xian felt as if he had come to Mount Eternal. He knew that this should be a forbidden land of death. "Let's do it," he said to Qing Qing and Ruyu. They nodded. The desolate tower, green lotus, and heaven-devouring jar bloomed. "Let's do it together," he said to the people of the Divine Union. There were 3 more extreme weapons. This time, their power was completely unleashed. The thing in the Valley of No Return was blasted back. The Valley of No Return was gradually sealed. The 8 trigrams black tortoise said, "Give me the extreme aura. I will condense and form a seal." The 8 trigrams black tortoise kept spinning, absorbing the power of the other extreme weapons. Once again, it formed a seal, temporarily replacing the half of the stone tablet that had disappeared. The Valley of No Return gradually calmed down. The 8 trigrams black tortoise heaved a sigh of relief. Great, at least that thing didn't come out. This time, the 3 extreme grade weapons had consumed too much power. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian, Morong Qingqin, and the others and said, "Thank you for taking action this time. Otherwise, the entire burial Earth star would have been in big trouble." What exactly was this? What was in the valley? Why was it so terrifying? The Crimson Dragon frowned and asked. Lin Xian and the others were also curious. The Valley of No Return was like Mount Eternal. There was a mortal supremacy in it, another mortal supremacy. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that every forbidden land of death had a mortal supremacy? Was it the power of a mortal supremacy that turned that place into a forbidden land? No one else could enter. Yanruyu and the others were also puzzled. What exactly was a mortal supremacy? Was it very powerful? How was it compared to a boundary emperor? How was it compared to a great emperor? The Aquarius of life shook its head. A mortal supremacy was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, no one knew what they would do after they came out. It was very likely that people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, they couldn't let them come out for the time being, at least not now. Bai Susu and the others were worried. What about Mount Eternal? Mount Eternal had already come out. The black tortoise 8 trigrams said that the mortal supremacy of Mount Eternal wouldn't come out for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the 10 great emissaries. Therefore, there was still time. "All right, little guy, You don't have to worry about these things first. We will think of a way to deal with it. Then he looked at Lin Xian. You don't have any bottlenecks anymore. Then you should search for power as soon as possible and strive to become a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. We have to go back. The extreme path world will also be sealed. However, if you want to find us, you can come to the Nether Sky continent. Use this to pass on my message. With that, the black tortoise 8 trigrams gave Lin Xian an 8 trigrams rune to pass on the message. Lin Xian took it and nodded. She said, I understand. Then he returned with Murong Qingqing and the others. On the other side, the 3 extreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. They were ready to return to the extreme path world. The extreme path world was usually in a sealed state. It would only be opened for a period of time during the dragon transformation battle. Next, they would have to undergo a long period of sealing. Of course, they weren't idle inside. They were all carefully preparing. When they returned to the extreme path world, they were stunned, because they found that a figure was directly rushing into the extreme path world. Who was it? Who was going to enter the extreme path world at this time? Stop! The destructive spear snorted coldly, and a destructive aura rushed over. No matter who it was, he would be killed without mercy if he dared to enter the extreme path world without permission. Chapter 5440. An extremely terrifying destructive slash came down, and the figure in front stopped abruptly. In the next moment, there was a roar, and endless light bloomed from his body. Then a huge iron rod flew over and collided with the destructive aura. With a boom, a terrifying light exploded between heaven and earth, and the figure was pushed back. However, the destructive spear was surprised. He didn't die. It seemed that the person who came was not ordinary, and that weapon was also extremely extraordinary. He was furious, and the destructive aura on his body erupted again. However, the black tortoise 8 trigrams stopped him from attacking. He looked in front of him in shock. Could it be him? The treasured bottle of life also frowned. That iron rod, could it be? He gasped. This time, the destructive spear also saw it clearly. In front of him was a monkey holding a huge iron rod, and he was staring at the sky angrily. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? What are you doing here? The black tortoise 8 trigrams asked. The dragon transformation battle had already ended. Sun Qitian shouted coldly. What dragon transformation battle? I'm not interested. I came here because I felt that there was a force that was calling me. It should be him. The treasured bottle of life was also surprised. The destructive spear nodded. I didn't expect him to come. Bring him in. The 3 extreme weapons shone brightly, and they directly shrouded the monkey below. Then they brought him into the extreme path world. In the next moment, the extreme path world slowly sealed and disappeared. When he appeared again, Sun Qitian roared crazily. Damn it, you dare to seal me? He was really angry. I'm not afraid of you. He could feel that these 3 extreme weapons were extremely terrifying, but he wasn't afraid of them. Don't worry, little monkey. We have no ill intentions towards you. Didn't you feel a force calling you? We'll bring you there now. As they spoke, they quickly flew in the extreme path world. In an instant, they arrived at the Monkey Mountain. Go. Sun Qitian was stunned this time, because he found that there was indeed a familiar force in the Monkey Mountain. It was calling him. He nodded and descended. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 extreme grade weapons. Now that he had come, he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Let's go. The 3 extreme weapons disappeared into the void. Below, Monkey 3 had an endless supply of spirit monkeys. When they sensed that someone had landed, they also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people rushed out. Among them were Ling Yu and the others. Ling Yu shouted, Who dares to come to our Monkey Mountain and behave atrociously? It's me, old Sun. Sun Qitian also landed on the ground. He was just too surprised. He was surrounded by spirit monkeys. Ling Yu and the others were also shocked when they saw that it was actually a monkey. However, this monkey was different from them. Its bloodline was extremely terrifying. They couldn't help but want to kneel and worship him. What kind of soul was this? Your bloodline really shocked them. Some of the older spirit foxes from the Monkey Mountain also walked out. These were the elders of the Spirit Monkey clan who had fought with the Hell Demon statue. These elders were out on a mission, so they were not present. At this moment, they had all returned. When they saw Sun Qitian, they were also shocked. They continued to worship him, because this bloodline caused them to feel extremely excited. This was the king of the monkeys. The other spirit monkeys were stunned as well. They looked at each other as if they were looking at gods. Sun Qitian also retracted the energy in his body. He said, "I came here with no evil intentions. I sensed a summoning force. That's why I came here." The summoning force, could it be? One of the elders' pupils shrank. "Monkey King, please follow me." He brought Sun Qitian to the Slanted Moon Cave. When they arrived, Sun Qitian was so excited that his body started to tremble. This was because he sensed that the force was getting stronger. What you want might be inside. Sun Qitian walked into the Slanted Moon Cave. The surrounding spirit monkeys were waiting outside. When Sun Qitian entered the Slanted Moon Cave, he sensed a terrifying force. The iron rod in his hand shone brightly and shrouded him. As he walked, he finally saw a towering tree in front of him. It was a Bodhi tree. Under the Bodhi tree, there was a stone with its back facing him. When he sensed the stone monkey, Sun Qitian's body started to tremble again. His eyes were red. He came in front of the stone monkey. With tears in his eyes, he slowly knelt down. "Father." On the other side, Lin Xian and the others returned to the Holy Abyss ancient city. They returned to the Divine Union. After returning, Lin Xian had a good rest. Now that he was no longer in danger, his nerves were relaxed. In the remaining time, he would recuperate and restore his body to its peak. At the same time, he had to nurture the Divine Flame seed in his body. However, if he wanted the Divine Flame seed to grow, he needed power. Moreover, he needed an endless amount of power. If he wanted to become a quasi-emperor, he would need to consume too much power. Given the power of Lin Xian's sword world, it was not enough. Moreover, he needed to nurture the spiritual herbs in the Four Spirit Valley. He also had to restore the sword world. More importantly, he had to use the power inside to activate the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword soul at any time. Therefore, if he could not use these powers, he would need other powers. Fortunately, the Divine Union was also a top-notch sect that was not weaker than the remote antiquity families. Lin Xian could use the resources in the Divine Union at will. He had asked Bai Susu to gather enough resources for him to absorb. However, he realized that the Divine Flame seed did not grow much. In fact, it was very slow and there were no changes. This gave Lin Xian a headache. Although he had become a quasi-emperor, he was not calm. However, he had consumed too much power. Even if he used the power of the entire Divine Union, it would not be enough. Lin Xian found Morong Qingqing, Yen Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, Bai Susu, and the others. They had a discussion. They were also very curious. What kind of opportunity had Lin Xian obtained? Tell them quickly. Lin Xian said, "I obtained a seed, the Divine Flame seed. It will allow me to break through to the quasi-emperor without any bottlenecks." Morong Qingqing and the others were stunned when they heard this. One had to know that Morong Qingqing had been with the Phoenix race all these years. He had seen many experts of the Phoenix race, including his master, the Old Phoenix. However, these people were all peak great sages and could not take that crucial step. This was because there was a bottleneck that blocked them like a moat. No matter how hard they tried, they could not take that step. This was a power that made countless experts despair. It was too difficult to cross the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor. Even the tomb keeper of the Dragon Monarch, Lord Longmu, had only taken one step. He had not completely become a quasi-emperor. As for the other quasi-emperors, they were all super experts that could shake the world. Perhaps they had great opportunities or talents that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. They were very rare. However, Lin Xian did not have a bottleneck now. As long as he had enough power, he could become a quasi-emperor. If this spread, it would probably shock the entire universe. Chapter 5441. The Crimson Dragon and the others were incomparably envious. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. Actually, the price was also very high. For example, if I want to break through now, I will need to consume a lot of energy. After saying that, he looked at Bai Susu. The resources you gave me before were not enough. Bai Susu rolled her eyes after hearing that. That little? Heavens, I gave you a lot, okay? Why do I feel like you are a bottomless pit? He shook his head and said. Yan Ruyu asked, what do you plan to do next? After all, Lin Xian did not have any bottlenecks now. He did not need to comprehend the supreme, heavenly Tao. He could break through to become a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he only needed to collect resources. Lin Xian said that he naturally needed energy. The more energy, the better. Big Brother Xian, do you have a target? We can all help you. That's right, kid. Where are you going to explore? Toad and the others asked. Bai Susu said, Buried Emperor Star. A lot of resources have been taken by the various large clans and sections. Therefore, I feel that we should go to other worlds to take a look. Maybe we can attack more worlds. Next, Alluring Toad and the others expressed their thoughts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. Then he shook his head. No, you're all too slow. Slow? Bai Susu rolled her eyes. I've already told you everything as fast as I can. After attacking those worlds, you can absorb the resources in those worlds. You actually think it is slow. As she said that, she held her forehead with her palm and sighed. Then there is only one way. You can go and steal from the Emperor clan. She just said that casually. The Crimson Dragon and the others did not take it seriously. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and a smile appeared on his face. Susu, that's a good idea. It is the Emperor clan. What? Bai Susu almost fainted after hearing that. Lin Xian, I was just saying it casually. You really want to attack the Emperor clan? The Emperor clan has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has an Emperor weapon. If they were really desperate, the other party might even awaken their extreme weapons. How were they supposed to fight then? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Damn, kid, you're playing too big. The Toad was delighted. He said, I support you. Which great Emperor clan do you want to attack? Move aside. Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing also tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xian said, Don't you think that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is too arrogant? It's always them who come to attack me. Besides, Wan Longchao and I are already mortal enemies. They won't let me off either. Since that was the case, why couldn't they target them? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Ruyu sucked in a cold breath. You really want to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Lin Xian shook his head. No, not the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, but the Dragon Emperor tomb. The tomb of the great emperor. Morong Qingqing was shocked, and so were the others. They didn't expect that not only did Lin Xian have designs on the Emperor clan, he even had designs on the great emperor. This was too crazy. Lin Xian had his own thoughts. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was indeed despicable. They were mortal enemies, and he had killed the Dragon Prince. Moreover, he had offended the Dragon Emperor 90,000 years ago. Since he had already offended him, he might as well go all out and attack the other party's tomb. A great emperor's tomb was definitely filled with countless treasures. If Lin Xian could attack it, then he would be able to obtain a huge amount of power. Next, he could evolve his divine flame seed. Lin Xian made a decision. Let's do it. Next, we'll attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Morong Qingqing and the others were going crazy. They persuaded him that it was too dangerous. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He was firm in his thoughts. A few days later, the Crimson Dragon and the others had no choice but to agree. Morong Qingqing said, "Okay, Brother Xian, I support you. I'll go with you." Yan Ruyu also nodded. The tomb of the great emperor? I'm really looking forward to it. Count me in. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. The two of you have to go. Moreover, you have to bring extreme weapons. Lin Xian only had half an extreme weapon in his hands. He couldn't win at all. Therefore, this time he had to find more people. As for the benefits, they could take whatever they wanted from the tomb. This matter can't be rushed. We have to plan carefully. Baisusu also said that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had many allies. If they really fought, the other party could also call for many extreme weapons. Yan Ryu said that's not necessarily true. If we have an absolute advantage, the other families and sects might not really help. After all, if we open the tomb, they can also enter and get a share of the loot. Therefore, as long as we are tough, those people might just wait and see. Lin Xian nodded. Ryu is right. I think that's also possible. How about this? Contact the Yi family and ask if they want to join forces. Also, gather the strength of the divine union. As for the others, don't tell them for now. We have to launch a thunderous attack. We'll catch them off guard. Okay, I got it. I'll go now. Baisusu nodded. She and the Crimson Dragon went to gather the allies of the divine union. Yan Ryu was in charge of gathering the strength. As for Morong Qingqing, he went to the Yi family to discuss with them. At the same time, they sent people to gather information about the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and the other families and sections. They were waiting for the right time. Lin Xian was in charge of the divine union. At the same time, he went out from time to attract the attention of the world. This way, it would be easier for the others to act. Lin Xian hadn't been seriously injured before and had adjusted his condition. Therefore, he strolled around St. Origin ancient city when he had nothing to do. Countless geniuses gathered in the ancient city. When they saw Lin Xian, they were shocked. Look, it's Lin Wudi. He's a godlike figure. It's said that he was the champion of the dragon transformation trial. Not only that, but do you know about the previous battle? When Lin Wudi came out of the extreme Dao realm, he was besieged. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Purple Mansion, the Golden Crow tribe, and Mount Eternal had all sent experts to kill him. That was an earth-shattering battle. In the last few years, the extreme Dao weapons had appeared. However, in the end, Lin Wudi came back alive. It was said that all the people sent by the Golden Crow tribe had died. Only one of the 10 envoys from Mount Eternal was left. The Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also in a miserable state. The Purple Mansion's double champion, Xiaoying, was dead. Yao Guang was seriously injured. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was even worse. It was said that one of their ancestors was seriously injured. They had almost died. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Actually, it wasn't just the ancient city. The entire Burial Earthstar knew about this. Of course, Lin Xian had asked the Divine Union to release this news. He wanted to slap these people in the face. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate the world. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of offending him. Chapter 5442. When the results of this battle spread, the entire Burial Earthstar was stunned. Everyone was terrified. Lin Wudi was truly too terrifying. He was the #1 Demon King. No one could provoke him. The people of Burial Earthstar were even more terrified. The remote antiquity families and great sects felt their scalps go numb. The young geniuses were also dumbfounded. Xiaoying had been killed. Xiaoying was one of the top 10 existences in the Visual Dragon Station. He was so powerful that countless people looked up to him. However, such a person had died at the hands of Lin Xian. What was even more shocking was that only the #1 emissary of Mount Eternal was left. The other 9 had all fallen. These were all double champions. Countless people were terrified. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian come out, they all felt their scalps go numb. The enemies all ran far away, not daring to come out. Only a few worshippers were looking at him with stars in their eyes. The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. The young geniuses all ran over to be Lin Xian's followers. However, the patriarchs of the Divine Union's families and the extremely terrifying older generation sucked in a breath of cold air. These days, they had received orders to head to the Divine Union's headquarters. When they arrived, Bai Susu told them a piece of earth-shattering news. They were going to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. This was too unbelievable. That was the tomb of a great emperor. Was this Lin Gongzi's idea? That's right. Bai Susu nodded. This matter was absolutely confidential. No one was allowed to speak of it. Otherwise, they knew the consequences. Of course, they had been in the Divine Union for so long. Had they been mistreated? Once the tomb of a great emperor is opened, they could also share the resources inside. We understand. The Nalen family patriarch stood up and said, I am willing to follow Lin Gongzi. That was for sure. The Dugo family, the Fire Dragon family, the Eternal Life Hall, and the Fire God Palace all nodded in agreement. The others also took a deep breath. They had decided to follow Lin Xian and attack the tomb of a great emperor. On the other side, Yan Ruyu was also mobilizing resources quickly. This was because they might have to use extreme weapons many times. Every time he used an extreme-grade weapon, the amount of energy required was simply too great. Fortunately, there were many ancient families and great sects in the Divine Union. Furthermore, these clans and sects had control over many of the world's resources, which they could easily mobilize. Yan Ruyu knew that this time, it was very likely that the extreme weapons would be fully recovered. Therefore, she had to prepare a little more. As for Qingqing, she went to the Yi clan and was personally summoned by the Yi clan. He didn't dare to be careless. This was Lin Xian's Dao companion, and she was also one of the top 10 in the dragon transformation trial. It was a 7-colored phoenix. Luo Yunyang didn't know if the other party was representing the Phoenix tribe or the Divine Union. When Murong Qingqing arrived, he did not hesitate and directly stated the purpose of his visit. The Yi clan's patriarch was dumbfounded. These youngsters were too bold. They actually dared to attack a great emperor's clan. Wouldn't that be too risky? The head of the Yi family frowned. He wondered if Lin Xian had obtained first place in the dragon transformation trial and injured the 1,000 Dragon Court. Did he think that he could completely take over a great emperor's clan? The Yi clan was also a large clan, so they naturally knew how terrifying the foundation of a great emperor's clan was. Qingcheng Fairy, we have to discuss this matter. Someone, please send the Qingcheng Fairy away to rest. Murong Qingcheng rested in the Yi clan for 3 days. The Yi clan's patriarch went to discuss this matter with the core elders and the Taiheng elder. The supreme elders and experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. After 3 days of discussion, they finally decided not to make a move. After all, they had a lot of concerns. More importantly, Yi Wudao was still in seclusion and had yet to come out. They didn't think too much about it. On the 4th day, the Yi clan's patriarch invited Murong Qingqing over. He said, I'm afraid the Yi clan will not make a move on this matter. However, don't worry, Qingqing Fairy. If the Divine Union is in danger, the Yi clan will lend a hand when necessary. All right, I got it. Murong Qingqing nodded. She then went back to tell Lin Xian the news. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He also knew that it wouldn't be easy to invite the other great emperor's clans. After all, this was a direct attack on the ancient tomb of a great emperor. He said, Qingcheng, go to the Phoenix clan. I believe the Phoenix clan will agree. Murong Qingcheng returned to the Phoenix clan and found the old Phoenix and the Phoenix clan's patriarch. This explained what they were thinking. The Phoenix clan was naturally shocked and had many different ideas. Some people felt that they could join forces with the Divine Union. After all, Murong Qingqing was a member of the Phoenix clan. He also had a very close relationship with the Divine Union. Perhaps the 1,000 Dragon Court also hated them. Murong Qingqing naturally wouldn't have any goodwill towards the Phoenix clan either. Of course, some people also felt that it wasn't a good time to completely fall out with the Thousand Dragon Court. The Old Phoenix and the Phoenix clan's patriarch discussed this and ultimately decided to send some powerhouses over. This was considered support. However, the great emperor's soldiers wouldn't go. After all, their princess, Fengjiu, was still undergoing the ancient emperor's test in the Phoenix clan. Therefore, they had to protect their clan. However, they had indeed made up their minds this time. Not only did they provide a large amount of resources to revive the ancient desolate tower, but they also provided a large amount of resources. They also sent many powerhouses from the Phoenix clan. Murong Qingqing made an agreement with them and returned. Lin Xian nodded when he heard the news. This was already considered a very good situation. At the same time, he also contacted the people from the Heavenly Court and the 9-star immortal platform of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Various factions were converging towards the divine union. Finally, the day came and Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Through the investigation of the people he sent out, the Thousand Dragon Court had returned and was recuperating. The other clans had also suffered heavy losses. These people wouldn't be able to join forces for the time being. It was time to attack. They had set up a large number of transportation arrays and were ready to teleport at any time. On the other side, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others had also soared into the sky and headed towards the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Some of the ancient tombs of the great emperors were in the Monarch clan. Of course, there were also some that weren't. Instead, the great emperors had personally chosen a place with good feng shui to be buried after death. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb wasn't in the Monarch clan. It was in another place. There were tomb keepers, and Long Mu was personally guarding it. This place was very mysterious. Even in the Dragon clan, only a few people knew about it apart from Long Mu. The other powerhouses didn't know about it either. It was even more impossible for the other clans to know about it. However, Lin Xian had previously fought with Long Mu and even injured him, leaving behind an indestructible sword qi in his body. Therefore, Lin Xian could rely on this sword qi to search for it. In fact, Lin Xian had sensed it a long time ago. That huge sword qi had stopped at a certain place. Obviously, Long Mu had returned to the ancient tomb to recover. Lin Xian had already memorized that place. This time he was going to head there. Chapter 5443. Tianxian Land, one of the main roads above Burial Earth. There was a mountain range on the Tianxian Land that looked extremely ordinary. However, Lin Xian felt that the aura of the great dragon sword soul had stopped here. Was this the place? The toad frowned and said, "Kid, are you mistaken? That's an ancient, great emperor of the dragon clan. Would he be buried in such an ordinary place?" However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The power of reincarnation in his eyes began to bloom as he looked in all directions. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also suspicious. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked around. He landed on the ground and looked for mountains and rivers. Then he soared into the sky and called out softly. There was a peerless formation here that covered everything. That's right. The reincarnation light in Lin Xian's eyes kept blooming. He said that there was indeed a peerless formation, and an extremely terrifying one. Murong Qingqing and the others also gasped after hearing this. Yen Ryu frowned. Is this a formation set up by the great emperor? If that's the case, we can't enter at all. Lin Xian gave a cold snort. So what if it's a formation set up by the great emperor? This time we brought a few supreme Tao weapons, and enough power. If we attack together, we can definitely open this place. That's right. Murong Qingqing also nodded. Since they found the place, let's make a move. Next they attacked. The ancient desolate tower, Green Lotus, and the sky-swallowing jar. 3 supreme Tao weapons appeared instantly. Then the terrifying power of the supreme Tao shone in all directions. At this moment, Everyone on the Tian land sensed it. There was a supreme Tao presence in the sky. Darn it, what was happening? Before they could react, suddenly an earth-shattering sound came. The entire Tian land shook violently as countless cracks spread in the sky. Those people all fell to the ground in fear. At this moment, regardless of the powerful families and sects on the Tian land or the demonic beasts in the endless mountain range, they were all scared silly. They kept kowtowing towards the distance. Could it be that the Emperor clan wanted to destroy them? Not only the Tian land, everyone on the other continents also sensed it. After all, the entire burial Earth star would be able to sense the presence of an extreme weapon. What's going on? I seem to have sensed the aura of the heaven swallowing jar. Damn it, it was Lin Wudy. Who was he going to attack? Some of the enemies acted as if they were facing a great enemy. That was because the current Lin Xian was simply too terrifying. He was now known as the #1 demonic god. He was simply a killing god, and no one dared to provoke him. However, when they sensed it carefully, they frowned. It was because they realized that the other party seemed to be attacking from the distant Tian land. What was going on? Did anyone in the Tian land provoke him? The members of the Golden Crow tribe and the Gemini of Destiny tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't targeted at them. Purple, the Gu clan, and the others were incomparably puzzled. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's disciples were quite shocked and wondered which unlucky person had offended them. However, the pupils of the old sacred lords of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted. Profound sky continent. They had a bad premonition because their dragon's tomb was buried there. Could it be that they were going to attack the dragon's tomb? I sensed the presence of several supreme Tao weapons. It shouldn't be. That guy couldn't find the Dragon Emperor's tomb. For your information, the Dragon Emperor's tomb was protected by a peerless Great Emperor formation. The other Great Emperor clans could not even find it, not to mention this kid. A few supreme elders discussed here as they felt it was unlikely. Endless cracks spread across the Tian land. The supreme Tao presence swept across all directions. No one dared to come. A few figures stood in the sky. They were Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the scene before them and exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, there was a formation. Previously, they used 3 supreme Tao weapons to launch a world-shaking attack. When it collided with the Great Emperor formation, it tore a crack open. The Great Emperor's array was like a mirror shattering an area. The scene inside also emerged. After Lin Xian and the others saw it, they were even more astonished. It was an ordinary mountain range, but inside the formation it was not ordinary at all. Between heaven and earth, there were countless great Daos surrounding it. The dragon Qi turned into dragon shadows that wandered between heaven and earth, full of divine presence. Inside, ancient trees towered into the sky, spiritual herbs were everywhere, and flowers were falling everywhere. It was full of endless vitality, as if it was a land of immortals. The toad looked at the scene inside the formation while looking at the surrounding ordinary mountain range. The gap between the two sides was too big. Damn, as expected of the ancient, great emperor. Indeed, it was powerful. Who knew that under this ordinary mountain range, there was a peerless treasure land hidden? Great, the Crimson Dragon was also overjoyed. There must be heaven-defying treasures in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. This time we're rich. In this heaven-like scene, a figure appeared. It was an old figure. After he appeared, he looked up at the sky and his scalp went numb. Lin Wudy, it's you. This is impossible. How did you find this place? This person was Lord Longmu. At this moment, he was standing in the Dragon Emperor's tomb, completely stunned. One must know that in the 1000 Dragon Dynasty, less than 5 people knew about this place. But now Lin Wudy had found it. How did he do it? Why are you surprised? Do you think the Dragon Emperor's tomb is a supreme secret? But unfortunately I know about it. Damn it, Lin Wudy, this is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll destroy your star soul. He was really crazy. If this secret was discovered, then the entire burial Earth star would know. Next, the other great Emperor clans might have ideas about the Dragon Emperor's tomb. If the Dragon Emperor's tomb was really opened, he couldn't explain it to the Dragon clan. After he died, he couldn't explain it to the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, he roared crazily. Previously, he was injured in the battle with Lin Xian, and even his foundation was injured. After all, he was already very old and didn't have much lifespan left. But now he couldn't care less. With a wave of his dragon claw, the endless power of the laws in the Dragon Emperor's territory condensed, and the broken formation also exploded instantly. In an instant, it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the others' pupils shrank. They quickly used their extreme weapons to collide. With a clang, another earth-shattering sound came. The Tianxian continent kept shaking as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, everyone on the burial Earth Star was also shocked. Extreme Dao battle? Those from the monarch clans went crazy because they clearly sensed that one side was the power of the devouring heaven jar. This was Lin Wudi. Who was the other side? Many people were ready to go and watch. The supreme elders of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also rose into the air. They were dumbfounded. Damn it, not good. 1,000 Dragon Dynasty, listen to my command, attack together. A loud voice sounded in the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty. At this moment, the young disciples of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty were stunned. Damn it, what happened? Chapter 5444. The entire 1,000 Dragon Court went crazy. A large number of Dragon Clan experts soared into the sky and followed the Grand Elder. Those who had not grown up stayed here to guard. The great Emperor formation of the 1,000 Dragon Court was activated and isolated everything. The people on the buried Emperor Star were also stunned. What had happened for the 1,000 Dragon Court to act so crazily? They seemed to be heading to the Tianxian land. Could it be they were going to kill Lin Wudi again? Impossible. The 1,000 Dragon Court did not have this ability. Lin Wudi had completely grown up. It was too difficult for the 1,000 Dragon Court alone to kill Lin Wudi. But why do I feel this murderous intent as if they are risking their lives? Countless experts were discussing in low voices. Even those from the great emperor families were shocked. For example, those from the Kuan-Peng clan frowned tightly. It's the Tianxian land. Your Highness, did you feel a special presence? Those divine ancestors looked at Kuan-Peng Zi. Kuan-Peng Zi also frowned. A divine treasure land seemed to have appeared on the Tianxian land. The information inside was too terrifying. Not only them, the Fire Qilin clan was the same. Cold light burst out from Fire Spirit's eyes. Let's go and see. They soared into the sky. At this moment, countless people followed them. They wanted to see what had happened on the Tianxian land. Although those from the 1,000 Dragon Court were crazy, they still did not understand why the elder asked them to go to the Tianxian land. During the transportation process, the elder said that the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb had been opened on the Tianxian land. Lin Wudi wanted to invade the ancient tomb. As soon as he said this, the Dragon Clan experts that followed them went completely crazy. What? The ancient tomb of the Dragon Emperor. It was there. Darn it, no one was allowed to step in. Kill. Kill Lin Wudi. With bloodshot eyes, they charged out madly. While the 1,000 Dragon Court flew, they activated the Peerless Formation at an extreme speed. Soon, they arrived at the Tianxian land and let out waves of dragon roars. Lin Wudi, if you dare to make a move, we will let you die without a burial place. As the 10,000 dragons roared, everyone on the Tianxian land went crazy. The Dragon Clan also came. Then they fainted from fright. It was because besides the Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, and the Kuan-Peng Clan had all arrived. The Gu Clan had arrived, the Z Mansion had arrived, and the other remote antiquity clans and peerless sects had all arrived. At this moment, all the top powerhouses on the buried Emperor Star had gathered at the Tianxian land. The Tianxian land itself also possessed many top-notch families and sections. They had already made their move. They arrived at the vicinity of the Dragon Emperor territory. Of course, they didn't dare to get too close. The aura in front was too terrifying, but they still saw the scene in front of them. They were stunned. What was originally an ordinary mountain range had actually turned into a paradise on Earth. What was that? Why do I feel boundless Emperor's might? They hadn't thought of the Dragon Emperor's tomb yet. After all, the Dragon Emperor's tomb had never appeared before. All of a sudden, they saw the space in front of them being torn apart as tens of thousands of dragons descended. 100,000 experts of the Dragon Dynasty. These ancient families were shocked. They actually came so quickly. The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned, but Lin Xian remained unmoved. His expression was calm because everything was going according to his plan. If he were to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the other party would definitely come. Therefore, he was not surprised. Master Long Mu, after the 3 Supreme Elders in the lead descended, they immediately asked what was going on. Long Mu said, coldly, "Stop them and don't allow anyone to step in. Don't worry, this is the Dragon Emperor's territory. No one can enter." The 3 Supreme Elders pointed their swords forward. The other elite warriors of the Dragon Clan also roared to the sky. Their cold eyes stared at everything. Get lost. The furious roars of tens of thousands of dragons sounded like millions of thunderbolts in the sky. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. Those remote antiquity families felt their scalps go numb as they stepped back again. At this moment, the Kuan Peng clan, Qilin clan, Gu family, and Z Mansion had all arrived. They were also shocked when they saw this scene. These were all Emperor clans. They cried out in surprise. Could it be the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Behind them were those remote antiquity families and unparalleled sects, such as the Golden Crow clan and the Wind clan. They were also shocked when they heard this. Dragon Emperor's tomb? The Great Emperor's tomb? It had appeared, and it was Lin Xian who did it. No wonder the scene was so shocking. No wonder the Thousand Dragon Dynasty was so crazy. The Dragon Emperor's tomb was almost opened. This Lin Wudi was too bold. The people of the Golden Crow clan felt their scalps go numb. The other great Emperor clans also wore solemn expressions. The people of the Yi family side, they had known about this long ago, but they did not participate because they had their own concerns. On the other side, the Fire Qilin Cave and the other Emperor clans were shocked. Great, if the ancient Emperor's tomb could be opened, then there would definitely be endless treasures inside. After they got it, they would definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds. More importantly, this was not their clan's tomb, so they did not have to worry at all. Fire Qilin sneered. The Dragon Clan was really unlucky. Even the Dragon Emperor's tomb was discovered. On the other hand, the people of the Kuan Peng clan frowned. They were also Emperor clans. Their Emperor's tomb was hidden very well and was protected by an Emperor formation. Even a boundary Emperor could not find it. Unless another Emperor appeared, they would not find it. But now, how did Lin Xian find it? In fact, Lin Xian could find it by chance. If he had not injured Long Mu and left the aura of the great dragon sword spirit in Long Mu's body, he would not have been able to find it. He probably would not have found it. Of course, no one knew about this. If Long Mu knew, he probably would not attack Lin Xian, even if he was beaten to death. Lin Wudi, leave quickly. I can let bygones be bygones. If you dare to take another step forward, I will destroy your soul. The Dragon Clan's divine ancestor roared crazily. They were really crazy. My Dragon Emperor's tomb is not something you can enter. Now get lost. Another angry roar. The 10,000 dragon diagram appeared and floated between heaven and earth. It borrowed the power of the dragon territory and completely erupted. It was as if it was going to be revived. Seeing this scene, the others felt their scalps go numb. The Thousand Dragon Dynasty did not intend to hold back at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 3 extreme weapons also rose above their heads to block the 10,000 dragon diagram. Lin Xian laughed loudly. 1,000 Dragon Dynasty, when you were chasing me, did you think that this day would come? You tried to assassinate me several times, and every time you would join forces with others to kill me. Today, it's time to let you know the consequences of offending me. Today, I must enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb. His voice was sonorous, and his eyes were filled with incomparable light. Just you? Lord Longmu sneered. Kid, I was careless last time, but now, in the Dragon Emperor's territory, you have no right to behave atrociously. Chapter 5445. The powerhouses of the 10,000 Dragon Court emitted endless auras. The extreme weapon, 10,000 Dragon Picture, spun in the sky, emitting a terrifying light that suppressed everything. Apart from that, these powerhouses of the dragon race also had several sacred weapons in their hands, as well as other magical treasures. They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that only a few of us came this time? What a joke! As he spoke, he waved his hand and a sword light shot into the sky, circling between heaven and earth. The entire burial Earth star could see it. It was like a sun. The surrounding void continued to shatter, and violent rumbling sounds could be heard. One after another, teleportation portals appeared. Then, one figure after another appeared in the super teleportation portals. They were like demonic gods standing above the 9 heavens. Their terrifying auras swept out in all directions. What a terrifying power! The surrounding people were also shocked. They were from the Divine Union. They realized that they were indeed from the Divine Union. The Nalan family, the Duga family, the Fire Dragon race, and even people with 9-star immortal foundations appeared. These people had sent out top experts with powerful sacred weapons. After they appeared, they swept through the area. Not only that, but the people of the Heavenly Court also came. The Phoenix race also sent experts. These two forces were even more terrifying. They appeared above the 9 heavens. They faced off against the 10,000 Dragon Court. The 10,000 Dragon Court frowned. Although they were monarch races and had a strong foundation, the current Divine Union was very powerful. However, the current Divine Union was developing at a terrifying pace. Furthermore, Lin Xian had 3 extreme grade weapons. There were so many experts. If they really fought, they might not be able to hold on. Damn it. The dragons of the 10,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth. Unknowingly, Lin Wuti had grown to such an extent. Even the monarch races were terrified. The other clans and sects also sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Wuti was really not to be trifled with. Summon the dragon race. Long Mu snorted coldly. The 10,000 dragons roared. They were also summoning the dragon race. The 10,000 Dragon Court was a branch of the dragon race. Other than that, there were other dragon races. For example, the Dragon Sea race, the Thunder Dragon race, the Wind Dragon race, and so on. At this moment, they were all summoned. Both sides faced off, and a huge battle was about to break out. The other families and sects felt their scalps go numb. Such a battle was equivalent to 2 monarch races fighting. It would definitely be able to sweep through everything. If he ran any slower, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Lin Wuti, how dare you attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb of the 1,000 Dragons dynasty? Kneel and accept your death. Dragon Sea Lord roared madly. His son had also died in the hands of the other party. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that your 10,000 Dragon Dynasty has tried to kill me many times, and now you have to suffer my wrath. My goal today is to punish you and open the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Courting death. Attack! Long Mu roared out in rage. The powerful beings of the dragon race rushed over in a frenzy. On the other side, the members of the Divine Union also made their move. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of laws emerged one after another, sweeping through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't experienced great battles before. In fact, those who came here were all top-notch experts and terrifying saints. They had experienced countless battles. However, none of them were the same as this one. What kind of battle was this? This was a battle between two Emperor clan level people. With so many saints attacking at the same time, the momentum was truly terrifying. Even those from the great Emperor clans sucked in a breath of cold air. For so many years, their great Emperor clans had been high and mighty, the strongest existences in the universe. No one had ever dared to challenge them. Even those ancient families had to bow their heads in front of them. Apart from that, although the other great Emperor clans had fought among themselves, it had never reached the point of falling out. Not to mention attacking like this without any regard for the consequences. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw this battle, they were also shocked. How many years had it been since they had felt such fear? They stared at one person among the millions of people. Linwoody. Was this young man going to sweep through the entire burial Earth Star alone? Did he already dare to start a war with the great Emperor clans? Who would be able to suppress him in the future? Should they make a move? The young geniuses of the Purple Mansion and the Fire Cheelin Cave looked at their elders. At this time, they should join forces with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty to attack Linwoody. They had to let everyone know the strength of the Emperor clans. Otherwise, their reputation would plummet in the future. However, the divine ancestors of the Purple Mansion and the Cheelin clan frowned. Their gazes were uncertain. They did not make a move. To be honest, they should help the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. The Emperor clans were not to be challenged. However, the situation was completely different now. Linwoody was too strong. Perhaps he really could open the ancient tomb. Once this place was opened, everyone could enter. Then they would also be able to obtain opportunities. Moreover, even if the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty wanted to take revenge, they would only look for Lin Xian, who had opened the ancient tomb. Moreover, this was an era of great competition. In this era, there would definitely be a great emperor rising to the top. Therefore, these great clans were fighting more fiercely in this era than in any other. Therefore, they did not want to help the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Of course, they would not help Linwoody. All they wanted to do was sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After the victor was decided, they would be able to make a move. Kill. The Crimson Dragon led the people of the Black Sea Dragon tribe and charged towards the Dragon Sea tribe. The two sides were also mortal enemies. Their killing intense soared as the two great dragon tribes clashed. The momentum was great. On the other side, Baisusu led the people of the Divine Union and swept in all directions. The battle between the two sides was really intense. In an instant, it was difficult to determine the victor and the loser. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had ugly expressions on their faces. They were from the Emperor tribe. However, at this moment, they were unable to suppress the other party and were even tied. What was going to happen next? They did not dare to imagine. Long Mu also shouted coldly and fully awakened. 10,000 dragons diagram. With a roar, endless power surged out of the dragon territory. The dragon tribe also took out a large amount of power. In the starry sky above the 9 heavens, stars shattered and turned into powder. The power instantly surged into the 10,000 dragons diagram. At this moment, the 10,000 dragons diagram completely erupted. Everyone was sent flying and vomited blood. The others were terrified. A few of the Emperor tribe members also hurriedly retreated. They used extreme weapons to defend themselves. The 10,000 dragons diagram fully awakened. An extreme weapon attack was enough to turn any sect into ashes. The people of the Divine Union were terrified. Under this power, they could not resist. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Fully awaken. Desolate tower. With a roar, Murong Qingcheng raised the desolate tower. The desolate tower bloomed between heaven and earth, emitting a desolate aura. The forces that they had prepared previously also moved out crazily. The desolate tower continued to erupt and fully awaken. Chapter 5446. Fight in the Nine Heavens. The Gu family, the Kuan Peng family, and the other great emperor families roared crazily. They would not allow such an extreme battle to happen. On buried Earth Star, after the two extreme weapons returned, they tore through the void. They came to the universe, and a shocking battle happened. With this attack, hundreds of stars and worlds in the outer realm were instantly turned into ashes. An extremely terrifying power happened. Everyone looked up at the sky. When they saw this scene, they were all terrified. If this attack landed on the Tianyuan continent, the entire Tianyuan continent would probably be turned into ashes. The great emperor families' faces were cold. They were high and mighty, ruling the 8 desolates. However, they did not dare to have such an extreme battle on buried Earthstar. After all, there were too many existences buried here. There was the Dragon Emperor's tomb here, and there might be other great emperors' tombs. There might even be people from the Forbidden Lands. If they really attacked these people who knew what would happen. After the attack, the 2 extreme weapons flew back. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had ugly expressions. They did not expect the other party to have the power to resurrect the extreme weapons. Damn it, this way, they would lose the advantage between them, because Lin Xian still had 2 extreme weapons on his side. The Green Lotus swept across the 8 desolates, and many experts of the Dragon Clan were turned into ashes. The sky-swallowing jar swallowed the sky and the earth, and those experts of the Dragon Clan were about to go crazy. No, they retreated in horror. This was a complete beating. No matter how strong the 10,000 Dragons portrait was, it could not block 3 extreme weapons. Was the Dragon Clan going to be finished today? They were all desperate. Long Mu's expression was also ugly. Damn it, if she became a quasi-emperor, she could definitely defeat the other party with the 10,000 Dragons portrait. However, it was a pity that he only had 1 foot out of the Saint Realm. She was not a true quasi-emperor yet. Of course, she would not let these people enter so easily. The other Dragon Clan's sacred ancestors shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoists, please attack!" Fellow Taoists from the Purple Mansion sect and the Gu family. Fellow Taoists from the Qilin clan. They began to frantically ask for help. However, the Fire Qilin said, "Sorry, seniors of the Dragon Clan, this is between you and Lin Wudi. We can't interfere." The Purple Mansion sect also shook their heads and did not attack. At this moment, everyone from the dragon race went crazy. The people from before were no longer willing to help them. Long Mu also shouted coldly. There was no need to beg them. They were just going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If we lose, these people will enter the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb like crazy. The other people who had attacked him sucked in a breath of cold air. The older generation sighed, while the younger generation despaired. So cruel. Both sides were emperor clans. Shouldn't they help each other? Yet now, the other imperial clans actually wanted to devour them. Don't worry, the 10,000 Dragons picture is the Arch family. It has stood tall in the universe for tens of thousands of years. Our foundation is not that simple. If Lin Wudi wanted to enter the Imperial Dragon Tomb, he would have to pay the price. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were all excited. They clenched their fists. What other powerful trump cards do you have? They were filled with anticipation. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That was because Long Mu had told them to enter the ancient tomb. What? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty went crazy. Even the Grand Elder's pupils shrank. "My lord, you can't. The Dragon Monarch is our ancestor, and no one is allowed to disturb him." "That's right. What right does Lin Wudi have to enter our Imperial Dragon Tomb? He's not worthy." These people roared crazily. Long Mu also said, "Of course, I know that he's not worthy. But the current situation is the greatest crisis that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty has encountered in the past tens of thousands of years. There have never been 3 extreme weapons against us together. Not to mention, There are other Tharch families eyeing us covetously. Now, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty alone can't stop him. However, the Dragon Monarch didn't only leave behind the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, but also the Imperial Dragon Tomb. I'm the Tomb Keeper and I guard this place, but I can only move around the periphery of the Imperial Dragon Tomb. But even so, I'm about to become a quasi-emperor. One could imagine how many secrets there were in the Imperial Dragon Tomb. However, the Dragon Monarch didn't plan to let others in on these secrets. Even I can't enter the depths of the Imperial Dragon Tomb. There are too many dangers inside. According to my deduction, even a quasi-emperor would most likely die if he entered. He might not even be able to come out alive. Therefore, these people were too reckless to have any ideas about the Imperial Dragon Tomb. Let them die in the ancient tomb. These words were transmitted to everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons by Long Mu. After these people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty heard it, they were also shocked. To be honest, they really didn't know anything about the Imperial Dragon Tomb. The only person they could trust now was Lord Long Mu, because Long Mu was the tomb keeper of the Imperial Dragon Tomb. Since he said it was okay, the other people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty didn't dare to object. They nodded. All right, let's do as Lord Long Mu said. Lord Long Mu's eyes also shone with a cold light. Don't worry, let Linwoody and the other Tharch families explore this time. We'll follow behind. Once there are treasures, we'll snatch them. And if there's any danger, let Linwoody and the other Tharch families bear it. There was also a cold light in his eyes. To be honest, he also wanted to enter the Imperial Dragon Tomb, but he wasn't qualified. In this world, the only one who was qualified was the Dragon Prince. However, the Dragon Prince died before he fully grew up. Therefore, others couldn't enter the Imperial Dragon Tomb at all. Long Mu knew that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had lost a prince. In the future, it would be difficult for them to compete with the other Tharch families. And this time, opening the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb might be an opportunity. If he could become a boundary emperor, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would be able to reach a higher level. In the future, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and the fists in his sleeves trembled. He walked out and said loudly, Linwoody, do you want to enter the Imperial Dragon Tomb? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. When he said this, Lin Xian was stunned. The people of the Divine Union were also stunned. Did the other party agree? This didn't seem possible. They felt like they were dreaming. The surrounding Tharch families were also stunned. Was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty crazy? They were also shocked. The people of the Kunpeng race sighed. There was no choice. If they didn't help, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty wouldn't be able to resist the 3 extreme weapons. Qilint's son narrowed his eyes. He had really succeeded. Looks like we should also prepare to take action. Their eyes shone with a cold light. It was the same for the people of the Purple Mansion. Everyone was eager to enter. Lord Long Mu snorted coldly. It wasn't just Linwoody. Anyone could enter if they wanted to. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty seemed to be completely open, shocking everyone. Even the people from the Imperial clans started to frown again. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Originally, they wanted to fight their way in, but now the other party was letting them in. There must be something fishy going on. Chapter 5447. At this moment, everyone was confused. The 1,000 Dragon Court's attitude didn't seem right. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that he could enter this time, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. He had only resisted one extreme grade weapon. Had he entered? That wasn't possible. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was simply too spineless. Or did they have other plans? The Crimson Dragon flew back and said, Kid, be careful. That's the Dragon Emperor's tomb. The Dragon Emperor must have set up other traps. It might be extremely dangerous. The 1,000 Dragon Court has lost to us in terms of extreme grade weapons. They can't beat us, but they can use us to kill us. They can use the Dragon Emperor's power to kill us. Murong Qing Cheng, Yen Ruyu, and the others also frowned and looked at Lin Xian. What should they do? Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Isn't the purpose of our trip here to enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Now that we can enter, what are we waiting for?" After saying that, Lin Xian walked forward. Murong Qingqing and the others also said, "Okay, let's go." The Divine Union people followed Lin Xianin. Lin Wuti entered. The Fire Qilin frowned when he saw this. Then he snorted and said, "Let's go too." Apart from them, the other monarch clans and remote antiquity clans also entered. That was because this was a great opportunity for him. Even though they knew that there was danger inside, they didn't want to miss it. This was the tomb of the Arch. Who knew if they would open it? If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have another chance in their lifetime. The 1,000 Dragon Court people gritted their teeth when they saw these people enter. However, Lord Longmu sneered and said, "Come on in. None of you can leave." He had full confidence in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. These people would regret it. After these people went in, he waved his hand and led the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court to follow behind them. Lin Xian walked at the front. His body was covered in powerful flames. He was like a god of war, sweeping in all directions. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. This was the tomb of the Arch. It was definitely dangerous. He had known this for a long time. However, he had come this time in order to gather resources so that his divine flame seed could grow quickly. Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others gasped when they saw the scene around them. As expected of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, this space was called the Dragon Emperor's domain. The mountains and rivers inside were truly too terrifying. They carried a primordial aura and supreme laws. Every leaf and flower was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. Roar! Suddenly, an old tree in front of them let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a divine dragon. It was extremely terrifying. His voice spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He let out a roar and took out the firmament battle map to defend himself. The battle map kept enlarging and enveloping him and the people from the Divine Union. The others were also shocked and quickly put up their defenses. Those from the Emperor clan also took action. Of course, not everyone was able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sages were turned into ashes and blood rained down. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They had just entered, and thousands of experts had already fallen in the face of a group of ancient trees. How terrifying would it be if they continued going in? Some people from the various clans and sects hesitated. Although this was a great opportunity, they didn't have the strength. They didn't dare advance any further. However, more people still braced themselves and continued forward. Lin Xian, who was in front, made his move again. With a wave of his hand, the firmament battle map flew out and chopped down the ancient tree that had let out the roar. On top of that, he also collected all the spiritual herbs in the surroundings and threw them into the sky-devouring jar. The people in the surroundings also took action quickly. Of course, the people from the Emperor clan didn't take action. They didn't care about such things. What they wanted was the core item inside. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Why had Lin Wuti taken action? Lin Wuti didn't seem like someone who lacked resources. After all, the Divine Union had already grown into a colossus. Actually, even the people from the Divine Union were very puzzled. Hadn't they given Lin Wuti any resources? They shouldn't have. Only a few people knew that Lin Xian needed too many resources. Even if the entire Divine Union gave him all of it, it wouldn't be enough. They reckoned that it wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Lin Xian had set his sights on the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Wherever he passed, all the spiritual flowers and spiritual trees were uprooted. The people following behind him had strange expressions on their faces. They were like locusts. Wherever they passed, everything ceased to exist. The people from the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty were gnashing their teeth. Lord Longmu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He hadn't expected Linwoody to be so despicable. "I'll just bear with it and wait for you guys to be unlucky later." He knew that there was an extremely dangerous place ahead that even he didn't dare enter rashly. Lin Xian led the way, while the Emperor clan people followed with gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, the other clans and sects also started to collect as much as they could. The Emperor clan people didn't care about these things. However, they treated them like priceless treasures. In an instant, the entire scene was very lively. Boom! Suddenly, the vines in front danced, turning into a few thousand meters of lightning that slashed towards the surroundings. One of them slashed toward Lin Xian, while the other slashed toward the others with total annihilation. Suddenly, there was an intense explosion. Lin Xian blocked the attack and came to a stop. The others weren't so lucky. They were instantly cut apart and screamed on the ground. Many people were directly killed in both body and soul. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 vines were already so terrifying. What was this? Was it an extremely terrifying beast? Yanruyu and the others were also facing a great enemy. The ancient tomb was definitely not to be underestimated. Great, it had appeared. Behind them, Lord Longmu sneered. He told the people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty to retreat quickly. There was an extremely terrifying existence ahead. Although he was a tomb keeper, he could only go this far. Because of the existence ahead, he couldn't go any further. This was an obstacle that he hadn't been able to break through for thousands of years. Therefore, in his opinion, the people ahead couldn't enter at all. The people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were shocked when they heard this. They retreated while feeling curious. What exactly was ahead? Was it a plant-type beast? Could it be that the Dragon Emperor personally planted it? They were all looking forward to it. It would be best if they could kill these people. Some ancient families and peerless sects gritted their teeth. They stared fixedly at the vines. Damn it, what a terrifying beast. Should they go around it? No, these vines were thousands or even tens of thousands of meters long. How could they go? Their faces were pale. Lin Xian's face darkened. His gaze passed through the vines and looked even further away. He shouted coldly, "Get out here!" Chapter 5448. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared ahead. There was a mountain range in front of him, and the vines kept circling around. However, Lin Xian could see that there was a cave behind the vines. There was a black figure hidden in the cave. Hearing Lin Xian's cold shout, the black figure in the cave let out a low roar. Then, it pounced over like lightning towards Lin Xian. His attack enveloped everyone. Damn it, what is this? Those people sensed this aura and felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They shouted angrily and retreated. However, it was useless. After the black figure came out, tens of thousands of vines danced together and charged towards the great Emperor family and the clan of the ancients. Hurry up and attack. These people shouted angrily and attacked one after another. Lin Xian was equally cold. He used his finger like a sword and slashed out. A biting cold sword light charged forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the black figure was forced back. The other people's blood boiled as they looked carefully. What exactly is that? It was so terrifying. In the next moment, they saw a huge monster. It was a beast that looked very ferocious and had a monstrous, murderous aura on its body. As soon as it appeared, everyone's scalps went numb. When the elder of the Kuin Peng clan saw it, he exclaimed, "Cheongqi, it's the Cheongqi." What? It's actually such a terrifying beast. Cheongqi is a very famous ancient beast. I didn't expect to see it here. Damn it. We've just entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb, and we've already encountered such a terrifying beast. Behind them, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court were also shocked. Lord Longmu's face was cold. This beast was very terrifying. Even he was stopped and didn't dare to go deeper. Of course, he felt that he could suppress it with his full strength. However, this was a trap set up by the Dragon Emperor, and he was just a tomb keeper. Therefore, after trying a few times and failing, he stopped advancing. However, he felt that it was enough to stop Lin Wuti and the others. After the Cheongqi came out, it roared and charged over. The murderous aura on its body rushed out, forming terrifying rays of light. It swept in all directions. Many people couldn't withstand it at all and were instantly sent flying. Their bodies were torn apart. Some of them were directly destroyed in body and soul. As for those from the Emperor clan and the others, they all used their exceptional divine abilities to resist. Damn it, quickly disperse. Previously, they felt that it was dangerous to follow behind Lin Xian, so they let Lin Xian block them. They can reduce some of the damage. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Lin Xian could block it, but they couldn't. We have to spread out. In an instant, the crowd dispersed. Bai Susu asked with a frown, Lin Xian, should we make a move? The reincarnation light in Lin Xian's eyes continued to blossom as he stared at Cheongqi. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up as he snorted coldly. Of course, he had to make a move. Not only did he have to make a move, he also had to obtain the demonic energy core inside it. Boom! Boom! The battle behind them was extremely terrifying. Those people from the Gu family used their void divine abilities to escape. The elder of the Phoenix tribe shouted angrily. He turned into an immortal shadow and slammed his palms onto Cheongqi's body. He let out an earth-shattering sound. Cheongqi roared angrily. He was forced back, but he wasn't injured. Then he swung his tail and turned it into a heavenly blade that charged towards the other side. The people of the Kuan Peng tribe used their yin and yang auras to form a sky barrier to block it. On the side of the Fire Qilin cave, they turned into Fire Qilins to fight against it. The battle between the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts was extremely terrifying. Of course, more people wanted to escape from this place and continue forward. They didn't want to fight against the ferocious beasts. For a moment, the scene was very complicated. Let's go. The people of the Gu family were the first to teleport through space and leave this place. The people of the Fire Qilin clan were also fighting as they left. They didn't want to fight for a long time here. However, Lin Xian turned around and charged over. This caused those people from the monarch clans to be stunned. What was this Lin Wuti doing? Why couldn't they understand everything that the other party was doing? In front, the people of the Kuan Peng tribe were still fighting with Cheongqi. Cheongqi waved his claws and struck the yin and yang aura of the Kuan Peng tribe like a divine mountain. These elders were beaten until they vomited blood. Kuan Peng Zi's blood was also boiling. When he said, "Let's go," they finally gave up resisting. There was no choice. This thing was really too terrifying. It was an ancient ferocious beast, and it was in the Dragon Emperor realm. God knew how terrifying the other party was. Lin Xian charged over. He held the heavens of the battle map in his hand and directly attacked. The heavens of the battle map emitted endless power and collided with Cheongqi's claws. Cheongqi was instantly forced back. However, wasn't injured. Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly attacked. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also attacked. The three of them attacked together. Bai Susu was leading the people of the alliance to attack from afar. The dark red divine dragon, on the other hand, activated formations. One after another, they covered the sky and covered the earth. The battle was very terrifying. When the others saw this, they sneered and shook their heads. This Lin Wuti was too stupid. Couldn't he just dodge the attack and continue moving? Why did he have to compete with Cheongqi? They didn't understand. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was getting fiercer and fiercer. The heavens of the battle map, the yin-yang sword qi, the power of the divine body, and the terrifying swordsmanship. Cheongqi kept retreating. In addition, Yanruyu and the others attacked together. Finally, they found an opportunity to suppress it. The heavens of the battle map stopped the other party. Lin Xian's Rinnegan shone brightly. He stared at Cheongqi's glabella. In the next moment, he stretched out 3 fingers and grabbed toward Cheongqi's glabella. Cheongchi roared at the sky. However, not only was it suppressed by the heavens of the battle map, but it was also suppressed by Yen Ruyu and Morong Qingqing. Lin Xian finally grabbed the other party's glabella and waved it forcefully. He directly pulled out a piece of something. It was a crystal that emitted a black light. The aura on it was really terrifying. As soon as he appeared, Cheongchi stopped struggling. It froze there. The murderous aura on its body stopped. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. They were dumbfounded. Even Long Mu's pupils constricted. This thing was a puppet. He was really surprised. He had fought with this Cheongchi several times, but he was stopped by it. He didn't go in. He always thought that it was a real monster. It was raised here by the Dragon Emperor. But he didn't expect that it was just a puppet created by the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, he didn't expect that Lin Xian and the others were so powerful that they could suppress the Cheongchi puppet. More importantly, Lin Xian actually took out the energy core of the puppet. "Damn it, stay here!" He shouted angrily and rushed over in an instant. This was a good thing. He definitely couldn't let Lin Wuti take it away. Moreover, this Cheongchi puppet was also very terrifying. Once the energy core disappeared, the Cheongchi puppet couldn't be used. So no matter what, Long Mu couldn't allow this to happen. Chapter 5449. Looking at Long Mu rushing over, Morong Qingqing and the others looked as though they were facing a great enemy. This was an existence that had surpassed the Holy Scriptures. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the heaven-devouring jar without hesitation. A terrifying aura spread out as this attack blocked Long Mu. Long Mu was forced back as well. His face was terrible. "Kid, just you wait. I don't believe that you can control the extreme grade weapon forever. When you run out of energy, it'll be your death." Long Mu did not attack. The extreme grade weapon was strong, but it was the weapon of the Emperor after all. The other saints could not control it unless they used heaven-defying resources. Furthermore, they had already fought outside the tomb of the Emperor and used their extreme grade weapons. In fact, they had even fully recovered. They did not have much energy left after this. They would not use their extreme grade weapons easily. Once they ran out of energy, they would not be able to use their extreme grade weapons. That would be the true disaster. Therefore, after entering, the other Emperor race beings did not use their extreme grade weapons easily against the Cheongchi. This was a trump card that could only be used at the most critical moment. Faced with such a threat, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not care at all. He stared at the black crystal in his hands. The others cast their gazes over as well. The eyes of many Emperor race beings turned red. This thing definitely contained an unparalleled amount of energy. When the Dragon Sea Master caught sight of it, his eyes dilated as he exclaimed, "This was an Emperor God crystal." When the other powerful beings of the Emperor race heard it, they exclaimed as well. To think that it would be such an item. Evidently, this was an ancient race that had records of this mysterious item. It contained an unparalleled amount of energy and was extremely precious. The elder of the Phoenix race gasped. This thing was incredible. It was extremely rare to come across one. The elder of the Gu race gasped as well, as expected of the means of the Emperor race. To think that he would casually create a puppet for such a precious item. The Emperor race was indeed an existence that they could only look up to. When the others heard it, they were even more envious. Lin Xian's luck was way too good, wasn't it? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Oh, this was even more precious than he had imagined. Very well, I shall accept it then. After accepting the Emperor God Crystal, Lin Xian looked at the Cheongchi again. Its defense was extremely tough. Even with so many sacred ancestors attacking it, they were still unable to breach its defense. Obviously, it was also made of special metals and materials. Therefore, it was also a treasure. He had the Crimson Dragon put it away. He might be able to use such a powerful puppet in the future. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red, but no one dared to make a move for the time being. The Emperor clan people said that it wasn't good to clash with him right now. Even though this thing was precious, it wasn't to the point where they had to risk their lives. Only when they entered the real ancient tomb would they be able to find something good. The others nodded in agreement. Then everyone set off again. Lin Xian and the others also set off, continuing to walk inside. After passing through the mountain range, they suddenly discovered a mountain peak. That mountain peak was incomparably majestic, as if it was formed by countless coiling dragons. Even Lin Xian was amazed by the mountain peak. Dragon Mountain. At the real location of the ancient tomb, everyone took a deep breath. They could feel the might of the great emperor here. This was the place where the earth was buried. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and soared into the sky. He was going to lead his people up Dragon Mountain. The other great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans also followed after seeing this. One by one, figures rose into the air and flew forward at high speed. When they reached the 9 heavens, they saw Dragon Mountain. It was really too majestic. The mountains and rivers above were even more terrifying than the surroundings. It was like a real immortal world. This was great. These people were excited. If they stayed on Dragon Mountain, even if they didn't enter the ancient tomb to search for treasures, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds just by cultivating here. They were wild with joy. However, at this moment, there was a loud and clear dragon roar on Dragon Mountain. Then, the void around Dragon Mountain cracked open, and black figures appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Immediately, those people were blasted away. Those who flew too fast spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. His men also stopped one after another, looking ahead in bewilderment. What was that thing? The people of the Gu clan exclaimed. Was there another puppet? The people of the Purple Mansion also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The one who came was the Purple Mansion Lord. Xiao Ying was killed earlier, and Yao Guang was seriously injured and didn't come. Therefore, their strength had been greatly damaged, and they became very careful now. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. They felt that the situation ahead was extremely terrifying. In front of them, there were many tall figures. They wore battle armor and held ancient weapons in their hands, standing in the sky. They were expressionless. However, the dragon aura on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. Behind them, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court also exclaimed, "What a powerful dragon aura!" Long Mu was indeed shocked. Could it be the legendary Dragon Way elite soldiers? As the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, although Long Mu hadn't really entered the ancient tomb, she still knew some things about the ancient tomb. She knew that there was a group of even stronger guardians on Dragon Mountain. They were called the Dragon Way elite soldiers. However, she had never seen them before. Now that she saw these figures, she exclaimed. After hearing this, the others also discussed. The Dragon Way elite soldiers were obviously the Dragon Emperor's methods. The people of the Qilin race frowned. The Dragon Way elite soldiers' aura wasn't as majestic as before, but there were too many of them. They far surpassed Cheongqi. There was only one Cheongqi, but there were 49 of them in front of them. They lined up neatly in the void, and the power on their bodies seemed to be able to pierce the sky. In front of them, there was a man standing on a divine dragon. He held a divine sword in his hand and shouted coldly. This was the resting place of the Dragon Emperor. Those who trespass would be killed without mercy. After speaking, he waved the long sword in his hand, and a large crack appeared in the sky. Obviously, if one stepped over this line, they would die without a doubt. The toad exclaimed, "It can talk? Could it be a living expert?" Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and frowned. "No, it should be a puppet, but it's of a higher level." After speaking, he snorted coldly. "I want to see how you're going to kill, without mercy." As he spoke, he walked forward. Did Lin Wuti make a move? The other experts were still hesitating whether or not to make a move. However, Lin Xian had already made a move. This guy was too arrogant. They were all watching. Lin Xian took a step forward and flew forward. The middle-aged man in front of him emitted a shocking light from his eyes, turning into a bolt of lightning that was hundreds of meters long. It instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. The long sword in his hand was raised high and fell down. Boom! The sword cut through heaven and earth, descending like a river of stars. Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The resplendent fist was like the sun, shining in all directions. He resisted the sword energy head-on. Chapter 5450. The two sides started fighting in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also let out cries of surprise and instantly charged over. The people from the Divine Union made their move. The eyes of the others flickered when they saw this. The elder of the Phoenix tribe sighed. Let's give it a try too. There was no chance for them to reap the benefits. They charged over. That was indeed the case. The Dragon Emperor had set up this way. If they could break through, they could continue. If they couldn't, they would either die or return. They couldn't let them win without a fight. Therefore, the people from the Phoenix tribe made their move. The people from the Gu family and the Z Mansion also made their move. Everyone else made their move. However, the moment they rushed up the Dragon Mountain, they were stunned. Many people were instantly torn into pieces. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? When they saw that Lin Xian could withstand it, they thought that they could do the same. However, they didn't expect this power to far exceed theirs. It wasn't something they could handle. A Dragon Path elite soldier waved the long blade in his hand and swept it in all directions. More than 10 elites were sliced in half. Sacred blood was scattered all over the place. It was too strong. Even the people from the Monarch tribe were terrified. He was indeed the Dragon Emperor. The people he had chosen to guard the Dragon Mountain were too strong. Damn it! Did they have to use the Emperor weapon? The people from the Kuin Peng tribe gritted their teeth. The people from the Qilin tribe also frowned. They didn't act rashly. If they had to use the Emperor weapon just to enter the Dragon Mountain, there was no need for them to continue. After all, the Dragon Mountain was even more dangerous. How many times could they use the Emperor weapon? The power they had was limited. Kuin Peng Z also shouted angrily, "Don't use the Emperor weapon for now. Charge with all your might. Those who can't make it, retreat and save your lives." Lin Xian also roared. Those from the Divine Union who couldn't resist, retreat. The people from the Divine Union were also affected. Many people's bodies were torn apart. They had no choice. Each of the 49 Dragon Path elite soldiers was extremely strong. Even the double champion might not be able to deal with them, let alone the others. What was even more frightening was the fact that these 49 Dragon Way ambush weapons had formed a peerless formation when they were combined. It made their scalps go numb. This kind of array formation was really too strong. Although it wasn't as strong as the Great Emperor's array formation outside, it was still far stronger than an ordinary sage's array formation. Many people were instantly pierced by this peerless dragon head array, their bodies nailed to the void. A sea of blood spread between heaven and earth. Seeing this, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty felt their scalps go numb. Even if they relied on their own strength, it would still be very difficult for them to pass through. Even if they managed to get through, the number of people would be greatly reduced. It would be difficult for even 1% of them to get through. Long Mu took a deep breath and pierced his heart with his dragon claw, letting the blood drip out. Then he drew the runes of the dragon race with great reverence and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. When he spoke, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty disciples all obeyed. The other members of the Dragon Clan would have to rely on their own abilities. The Dragon Sea Clan, Lightning Dragon Clan, Wind Dragon Clan, and the others all sighed. Although they were all from the dragon race, only the 10,000 Dragons Dynasty was created by the Dragon Emperor. The other dragon races didn't have the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty did the same. They pierced their hearts and used their blood to cover their bodies to reduce the damage. They were the descendants of the great emperor. Although they weren't as strong as the Dragon Prince, they were still the descendants of the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, they could more or less be of some use. These people also soared into the sky and rushed over. More and more people were retreating from the front. Although they were unwilling to give up, although they were reluctant, they would probably die if they tried to attack again. After all, many of them had already died. The sea of blood spread. Those people could only grit their teeth and retreat. Most of the people from the Divine Union also retreated. Only the clan leaders of the various large sects and families, as well as the top elites, could continue forward. For example, Murong Qingcheng by Susu and the others couldn't do it. In fact, it wasn't just the Divine Union. It was the same for the Monarch clan, Clan of the Ancients, and Dragon clan. Most of them were blocked. A small number of people tore through the line of defense and landed on the Dragon Mountain. After they landed, they could feel the astonishing nomological power surrounding them, enveloping them. There was a large tree in front of them with many dragon-shaped fruits on it. There, they swayed and bloomed with extremely terrifying power. After the Crimson Dragon saw it, he exclaimed in surprise. This was the legendary dragon spirit fruit. His figure flashed, and he rushed over in an instant. Little White seemed to have been summoned and rushed over from the Sword World. She squeaked and stepped on cotton clouds, turning into a bolt of lightning. Her speed was even faster than the Crimson Dragon's. In an instant, she was in front of them. With a wave of her little claws, she grabbed 2 dragon scale fruits. The dragon scale fruit transformed into a huge dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, trying to counterattack Little White. In the end, it was knocked unconscious by Little White's claw. Good stuff. Quickly snatch it. When the others came up, their eyes turned red. The things on the Dragon Mountain were definitely shocking treasures. The Gu clan's elder appeared and disappeared mysteriously, using his spatial ability. He immediately snatched 3. The Phoenix clan, Purple Mansion clan, and the other clans also made their moves. A great battle broke out instantly. On the Divine Union side, Bai Susu and the others also made their moves. Elder Brother Xian and Murong Qingcheng looked at Lin Xian, wondering why he didn't make a move. Yanryu was also surprised. She couldn't help but want to make a move. Lin Xian's lips curled up. How could he not make a move? Look, he took out the heaven-swallowing jar and charged forward. A black vortex appeared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The surrounding people were enveloped by the vortex and instantly screamed. Damn it, it's an extreme aura. Retreat, they frantically retreated. The Purple Mansion Master's face changed as he opened his palms. The great desolate heaven, splitting palm, tore a large crack to block the attack. The Gu clan's people were the fastest. Their spatial ability was unpredictable, so they didn't dare to resist. Everyone retreated at this moment. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. Was this guy crazy? In order to snatch the dragon scale fruit, he actually used an extreme weapon. Did this guy have a lot of power in his hands? If he used it like this, what would happen next? However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan's people were also stunned. They realized that the heaven-swallowing jar had directly swallowed the entire dragon spirit tree. In the next moment, the ground in front of them split open. The tree with the dragon spirit fruit had already disappeared. There was only this crack left. Heavens, what did I just see? He took the entire tree away. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. One had to know that they had only managed to snatch a few dragon spirit fruits. Now that someone had made a move, the entire tree was gone. At the back, the 1,000 Dragon Dynasties, people were roaring in anger. Damn Linwoody, don't be too arrogant. The Gu clans and the Purple Mansion clans, people were also furious. They handed over the dragon spirit tree. They walked over one after another, filled with killing intent. Lin Xian was really too domineering. Chapter 54-51. Lin Xian's actions made even Morong Qingqing and the others dizzy. It was indeed too domineering. Whitey clapped her little paws and laughed. I like it. The toad also jumped up. Well done. Give me more later. The other experts were indeed enraged, and they were all furious. Lin Wudi, hand over the dragon's spirit tree. You want to take it all for yourself? Too arrogant. Do you really think we don't exist? Lin Xian didn't care at all. He looked at these people and took a step forward as if he wanted to die. If you don't want to die, get lost. If you provoke me, I'll use an extreme weapon to suppress you. He shook the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand and waved. Let's go. Just like that, the group swaggered away. The surrounding people vomited blood, but no one dared to make a move. Zi Fu gritted his teeth. Let's go. Let's enter the Dragon Mountain first. The people of the Qilin race also said forget it. They would definitely teach him a lesson next time. Behind them, Long Mu and the others vomited blood. This was a tree planted by the Dragon Emperor. Just like that, it was taken away by someone. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and swore that when they found the Supreme Array, they would use the Array's power to kill it. Lin Xian and the others took the lead again. Lin Xian quickly planted the dragon scale fruit in the sword world. He was overjoyed. This tree had indeed grown for tens of thousands of years. The power on it was too strong. Although it wasn't an immortal god tree, it was far stronger than an ordinary king herb. It was right to come to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Lin Xian smiled. He was different from the others. The others only wanted the best treasures, so they cherished using extreme weapons. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian wanted power. He wouldn't let go of anyone he passed by. Therefore, once he took a fancy to something, he would take it with lightning speed. He wouldn't leave it for those people. The legendary Dragon Emperor's tomb was in the Dragon Mountain. Where was it? These people began to search. The people of the 10,000 Dragons Court were also searching. At this moment, the blood on their hearts dripped down again. They quickly flew above the ground. Then, in front of him, the Dragon Mountain shook and an entrance appeared. It was an ancient cave. When he appeared, it was as if the world had been created. 10,000 dragons roared, and the entire Dragon Mountain shook violently. The surrounding great Tao interweaved and swept in all directions. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. Quickly block it. At that moment, the people from the imperial clans had no choice but to unleash enormous power to resist. Those who did not have extreme weapons were forced to kneel on the ground by this force. Facing the front, prostrating and prostrating. It couldn't be helped. This was the might of a great emperor. It wasn't shameful for them to kneel to a great emperor. On Lin Xian's side, he naturally had an extreme Tao weapon to block this power. They were also shocked. This was the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. After entering, they would enter the true tomb of the great sovereign. How could they not be excited? The great emperor stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, sweeping through all directions and crushing the universe. What kind of treasures would they find in the other party's tomb? Great! The tomb of the Dragon Emperor has been opened. Long Mu and the others were so excited that they were about to cry. On the other hand, the people of the Gu family were delighted. The two elders sneered. Good opportunity. Charge. Here, what mattered was speed. The treasures that they saw first, they had to snatch them first. The two of them used their void divine abilities and rushed forward. Their speed was very fast, and they arrived in front in an instant. However, in the next moment, an extremely terrifying message erupted from the cave of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. It directly sent the two of them flying. The two elders' bodies were shattered, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. Damn it, how could this be? These two elders had gone crazy. Their spatial divine abilities could teleport and shuttle at will. Now they were actually blocked. When the Qilin son saw this scene, he sneered. How stupid. You guys are also from the great emperor's family. Don't you know the methods of the great emperor? Just like that, it was too ridiculous to want to enter. Damn it. The Gu family's elders were furious. You dare to look down on us? If you have the ability, go and open it. The Qilin sun snorted coldly. All right, just watch. As he said that, he walked out and took a deep breath. A trace of piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. As a member of the great emperor's family and the son of the great emperor, he naturally knew that the ancient tomb of the great emperor was very mysterious. Even if they found the entrance, they might not be able to walk in. However, there was another benefit to being the first person to enter. One had to know that since the great emperor's ancient tomb was buried, no one would enter it for tens of thousands of years. There was too strong an aura inside. After that aura was inhaled, it would definitely enter the body of the first person. It could even cause that person's physique to undergo a tremendous change. Therefore, after seeing it, the Qilin sun was eager to be the first to enter. He roared at the sky and transformed into his Qilin true form. Stepping on 10,000 flames, he rushed forward. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed. It was so terrifying. The Qilin sun's strength had become stronger than before. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. As expected of the emperor's son, his strength increased every day. He was indeed much stronger than when he was at the dragon transformation station. However, he was still no match for him. However, Lin Xian was puzzled. The Qilin sun had always been cold and calculative. Why did he want to take the lead this time? Just as he was thinking, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. With a series of rumbles, the entire dragon mountain shook violently. The Qilin sun was knocked back, and many of the flames on his body were extinguished. He gritted his teeth and roared crazily. Damn it, he couldn't enter. Qilin technique, Qilin trampling the sky. She took 7 steps in a row, and each step shattered the world. This was an extremely powerful force, a peerless divine ability of the great emperor's ultimate technique. This time, the entrance of the cave also shook violently. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it erupted with an even more terrifying aura. He forced the Qilin sun to retreat. The Qilin sun retreated and vomited blood. His face turned pale. Your Highness, the elders of the Fire Qilin clan also became nervous. Damn it, I don't believe it. Qilin arm. The Qilin sun roared angrily. He transformed into his human form, and a Qilin tattoo appeared on his left hand. It was very ancient. It was an immemorial Qilin. He roared at the sky, and his arm bloomed with endless light. It was as if it had transformed into the arm of an ancient god. He threw a punch. This punch emitted a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth shattered. It was enough to sweep through everything. When it hit the cave erupted with a shocking light. The light screen above shook violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, in the end, it was still intact. Instead, the Qilin arm shook violently. The Qilin sun took 3 steps back. His face was pale. How could this be? The cave was right in front of him, but it made him feel despair. The others were shocked. No way! Even the Qilin sun did not succeed. Could it be that he was going to return empty-handed this time? Chapter 54-52. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the Qilin sun to be so powerful that even he couldn't enter. The others were even more hopeless. The elder of the Gu family sneered. You were so arrogant before. I thought you could enter. You. The Qilin sun was so angry that he vomited blood. He gritted his teeth. He didn't attack because the situation here was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that he couldn't enter. He could only retreat angrily. I'll do it. The Purple Mansion Lord personally attacked. Purple energy surged into the sky from her body, scattering all the clouds in the sky. Then she formed a huge purple palm print, and 9 huge palm prints rushed into the sky. Each of them was incomparably terrifying as they imprinted themselves in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Cracks spread out in all directions. They hit the cave abode. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This woman was too annoying. Her strength was terrifying, especially the peerless technique that she used. It was probably a lost technique from 50,000 years ago, but it was so powerful in her hands. However, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't open it. The Purple Mansion Lord also gritted his teeth and left. Next, the elders of the Phoenix clan and the Kunpin clan also attacked. Some people even joined forces to attack, but they found that it was useless. They were all in despair. Heavens, could it be that they had no other choice? They all looked at the 10,000 Dragon Court. However, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court weren't confident either. They all looked at Long Mu. As the Tomb Keeper, Long Mu said, "I'm the Tomb Keeper. I can't be the first to enter. Otherwise, I'll instantly turn into ashes." F***CK. Everyone was in despair. Long Mu could be said to be the strongest one. He had 1 foot in the Saint Realm, and he was the most likely to open it. However, due to his identity, he couldn't attack. The people of the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth. It seemed that they could only use extreme weapons. The Fire Qilin also prepared to attack. They all wanted to be the first to enter. However, Long Mu snorted coldly. "I advise you not to do that. This is the place where the Dragon Emperor is buried, and we also brought the 10,000 dragon diagram. If you dare to use an extreme weapon, I can't guarantee what will happen to the 10,000 dragon diagram, because this was where its master was." He was right. Would the 10,000 dragon diagram attack in the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Would it awaken? No one knew. Damn it. The Fire Qilin and the others also gnashed their teeth. They didn't dare to take this risk. Once the 10,000 dragons diagram was awakened, even if they had other extreme weapons, they would still be able to use them. It seemed that it could only be a supreme treasure. If another great emperor's corpse appeared, no one would be able to stop it. It was better for everyone not to use it. The people from the Kunpin clan spoke. The other monarch clans also nodded. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why are these people fighting to be the first to enter?" One had to know that he had always been the one leading the way. The surrounding people had all followed behind him to reap the benefits. Now, these people were acting abnormally. The elder of the Phoenix race said, through voice transmission, "Don't you know Lin Gongzi? The first one to enter the tomb of the great emperor would obtain a special power. The power came from the ancient tomb, so these people wanted to be the first to enter." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. So it was like this. Was it the mysterious power of the ancient tomb? Very well, I'll take it. He came this time to look for power. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he miss it? So he said, "If you can't do it, I'll do it." Was Lin Wudi going to make a move? Many of the clan of the ancients took a deep breath. Some of them were even excited. However, the Qilin clan, Zifu, and the others looked cold. They snorted coldly. They were really unhappy that the other party was in the limelight. Moreover, if the other party was the first to enter, he would definitely be able to obtain that power. So they gritted their teeth. But there was no other way. They couldn't open the supreme weapon now, and they couldn't use it easily. If they wanted to enter, they would have to rely on the other party. Let's see if this kid can open it. If he can, we'll go in. If he can't, it seems that they have to use the supreme weapon. The other monarch clans also sighed. Indeed, although using the supreme weapon here might anger the Dragon Emperor's corpse, if they really had no other choice, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Xian as they became nervous. They didn't know if Lin Xian could succeed. Lin Xian was the first in the dragon transformation battle. He was extremely terrifying. His strength had increased in the past 5 years. He had killed Xiaoying. He had severely injured Yao Guang. Yao Guang was still seriously injured and couldn't come here, so everyone was still looking forward to seeing him. Behind them, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted their teeth. Long Mu also snorted coldly. "Kid, you're not qualified. Go back." Anyone could open it, but he didn't want Lin Xian to be the first to enter. Lin Xian sneered. "I'm not qualified. If I'm not qualified, then you're not qualified to stand here. Today, I'm going to open the Dragon Emperor's tomb. No one can stop me." His voice was extremely firm, and each of his words was like thunder, echoing in all directions. At the same time, he took a step forward, and the flames on his body turned into a sun. Then he charged forward. Boom! He slammed into it, and there was an intense explosion, but it didn't shatter. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the power of his divine body erupted. His fist was like a giant dragon as it slammed into it. An even more intense sound rang out. In Dragon Mountain, people couldn't stand steadily. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the cave. Then Dragon Qi soared into the sky, and the terrifying power of the Tao of Dragons erupted. The entire Dragon Mountain seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, and it was roaring and shaking. It seemed to want to blast everyone away. The others were shocked. They soared into the air and began to defend. At the same time, they were shocked. How could such a change happen to Dragon Mountain? Damn it, what did Lin Wudy do? One punch had caused such a shock. One had to know that so many people were fine when they attacked. But when Lin Xian attacked, there was a crisis. All of them were likely to be sent flying. A voice appeared in front of them, and it turned into a great Tao that directly suppressed Lin Xian. It wanted to tear his body apart. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body rumbled under the impact. He roared angrily, and then he formed a seal with his palm, the light of the demon god. With him as the center, endless light erupted, illuminating all directions. It collided with these sounds. At the same time, a terrifying dragon roar erupted from his body. The two sounds collided, and the sky fell, and the earth cracked. It was enough to shatter everything. Lin Xian knew how terrifying the cave ahead was. He didn't hesitate at all. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he transformed into a dragon. A dragon's shadow appeared. Lin Xian bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he charged forward. His dragon claws danced in the sky. Every strike was imbued with unstoppable power. Chapter 54-53. The two collided. The battle was too intense, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to tingle. They couldn't help but retreat. I wonder if Lin Wudy can break it? Kuan Pingzi frowned. On the one hand, they were eager to enter, and on the other hand, they didn't want Lin Xian to become stronger. So they were very conflicted. In the cave ahead, another roar came. It seemed to have turned into a giant dragon and rushed over. The sound dragon directly pushed Lin Xian back. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You want to stop me?" It was impossible. He roared to the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian finally took out the great dragon sword soul. He transformed into his human form, and the great dragon sword soul appeared between heaven and earth. Feeling this invincible power, the surrounding people trembled. The offensive saint techniques between heaven and earth were not weaker than the existence of extreme weapons. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul with both hands, roared to the sky, and destroyed everything. At the same time, he exerted his power to the extreme. The sword world opened, and endless power surged out. Then he slashed forward. The sound dragon was immediately split into two halves by the sword. Not only that, the entire cave was also enveloped by this sword, emitting a violent rumbling sound. Endless sword chi erupted in front of them, and the surrounding people all closed their eyes. They all retreated. The sound of the dragon, throat, sword kept ringing. What was going on? After a long time, they slowly opened their eyes. In the next moment, they found that the bulging barrier between the caves had been broken. Lin Xian stood there like a demon god. His figure was incomparably tall and straight. The great dragon sword soul slowly disappeared and entered his body. Good opportunity. An elder of the Gu family was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He formed a seal with his hands, used space, and disappeared in an instant. He was teleported into the cave. Whoever entered first would be able to obtain a great fortune. He didn't want to miss it. Damn it, what are you doing? On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others roared crazily. Lin Xian also frowned. He wanted to make a move. However, at this moment, the light of the law came from the front, directly piercing through the elder of the Gu family. The soul of the Gu family's elder was destroyed. His body turned into law fragments and fell to the ground. Both his body and soul were destroyed. When the others saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Some of the people who wanted to scheme against him also stopped. Their faces turned ugly. What was going on with the great ancestor? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also frowned. Long Mu harumphed coldly. This is the mausoleum of the great sovereign. How can we imagine his methods? He was the only one who could enter the barrier that Lin Wudi had opened. If he didn't go in, no one would be able to. The Gu family wanted to take advantage of the situation. They were really stupid. Hearing this, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty sighed. At the same time, they understood why Lord Longmu hadn't attacked. So there was such a rule. The others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. No one dared to move. All eyes were on Lin Xian. However, what made them frown was that Lin Xian didn't move at all. When Lin Xian heard this news, the corners of his mouth curled up. Originally, he also wanted to be the first to rush in, afraid that others would snatch his fortune. But now he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he didn't go in, no one else would dare to. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar and floated around. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to swallow pills to recover his strength. Because of the powerful attack of the great dragon sword, it had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he had to replenish his strength to recover to his peak. Just like that, everyone waited for a day. A day later, Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. Everyone was looking forward to it. What kind of fortune would Lin Xian obtain? Many people's eyes were red. This kid was too lucky. In the extreme path world, he obtained the fortune left behind by the great sovereign. Until now, they still didn't know what it was. Now, was he going to obtain the power left behind by the Dragon Emperor? Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. Although he said so, he still felt a little guilty. He must have killed the Dragon Prince and slapped the Dragon Emperor's face 90,000 years ago. He didn't know if the Dragon Emperor had any traps or tricks. Therefore, he was always on guard. Dragon-shaped sword qi surrounded his body, forming an indestructible power. As long as the situation was not right, he would attack at all costs. Lin Xian walked towards the cave abode in front. When he took a step into the cave abode, Lin Xian felt a primitive power enveloping him. This power carried an extremely strong great sovereign aura and was abnormally real. It made Lin Xian feel that his body was about to be crushed. What a terrifying pressure! Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. This was the ancient tomb of a great sovereign. It was too powerful. At the same time, he felt a surge of dragon qi surging over like a sea and instantly enveloping him. F***CK. Lin Xian shouted angrily. The situation of being the first to enter was not so easy to bear. This power was like clouds and sea. Once he couldn't bear it, his body would be torn to pieces. He was prepared to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour and slowly absorb it. However, at this moment, the great dragon's sword soul in his body roared and rushed over. It absorbed all of the aura of the dragons around it, which was as vast as the sea. Lin Xian was stunned after seeing this. Why did the great dragon's sword soul come out by itself? What shocked him even more was that the great dragon's sword soul was actually absorbing this power. He narrowed his eyes, but he didn't stop it. The stronger the great dragon sword soul was, the more benefits it would have for him. After the great dragon sword soul absorbed the power of the Tao of Dragons, its body swayed and once again entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian carefully checked and found that the great dragon sword's soul had become mysterious and unfathomable. There was a strong aura on it. Although he didn't absorb it, Lin Xian was incomparably happy. It seemed like he had made the right choice to be the first to enter. Lin Xian had a feeling that the great dragon sword's soul might have a new breakthrough in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Qingcheng, Ruzalong, you guys can come in now. Lin Xian stood at the entrance of the cave and waved his hand. The Crimson Dragon and the rest were delighted when they heard this. Let's go. Murong Qingcheng and the rest waved their hands and quickly walked forward. After the people from the Divine Union entered, the other emperor race and remote ancient family members also moved. Let's go in too. After entering, these people were astonished. What a terrifying power. This is the might of an emperor lord. I feel like my body is about to break. These people were extremely frightened. Indeed, some of the weaker ones instantly had cracks appear on their bodies. Damn it. Some people gritted their teeth. They couldn't withstand the power here and could only retreat. These people were indignant. They were about to cry. Although the others could still move forward, they were still facing a great enemy. The aura inside was extremely terrifying. Many Emperor race members released a trace of extreme Tao aura to defend themselves. This was also a form of exhaustion for them. They didn't know how long they could last. Chapter 5454. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty had also entered. This was the tomb of their ancestor, the Dragon Emperor. It was indeed powerful. The pressure made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy, but they were also happy. If they could cultivate here for a year, their physiques would undergo earth-shaking changes. Of course, they didn't stop now. They continued to move forward. They also wanted to see what treasures the ancestor had left behind. They walked carefully along the way, as if they were facing a great enemy. Finally, after passing through the passage, they found the first hall. There were flickering flames in front of them. They didn't know what the lamp oil was made of, but it seemed to be even more ancient. This kind of flame hung around the hall, just like the longevity lamp. It was abnormally mysterious. However, although there was light, it wasn't very bright. There were some dark corners in the hall that couldn't be illuminated at all. Everyone felt a mysterious and strange aura. Standing in the hall, they looked around curiously. The hall was abnormally majestic, far surpassing any building they had seen before. Many people began to use their soul power to check if there were any treasures here. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, blowing on everyone's souls. Many people's souls seemed to have been scratched by sharp claws, and they cried out in pain. They quickly withdrew their souls. What a terrifying wind! It was too scary. In the ancient tomb of the earth, a gust of wind could hurt their souls. Lin Xian also frowned. He didn't release his soul. He had the Rinnegan. So, at this moment, he was using his eye technique to check. However, that gust of wind just now had shaken his soul. What a terrifying power! Suddenly, his pupils shrank because he seemed to have found a figure in the shadows in front of him. The person was hidden in the darkness, and even the mysterious lamp couldn't find him. Qingcheng, you guys be careful. There's someone in front, but I don't know who it is. Lin Xian told them what he saw. Murong Qingcheng and the others also exclaimed after hearing it. They looked at the dark corner in front of them. With their current souls, they couldn't detect it at all. However, they believed that Lin Xian's Rinnegan was very terrifying. The others also didn't see it. After the initial caution, they began to move. They walked around. Among them, the 3 sacred ancestors of the Golden Crow tribe joined hands and began to move forward. Terrifying Golden Crow fire burned on their bodies as if they had turned into suns. They prepared to illuminate the surroundings. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this. He did not move forward. Instead, he led the members of the Divine Union back a little, as he realized that the 3 Golden Crow divine ancestors were walking towards the Black Shadow. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was such a terrifying place, yet there was a black shadow. Just how terrifying was this black shadow? Lin Xian didn't dare to know either. He knew that the 3 Golden Crow sacred lords were in trouble. The 3 Golden Crow sacred masters sneered when they saw a black shadow in front of them. He walked over with flames in his hand. In the next moment, the flame entered the darkness and suddenly disappeared from the corner. The 3 saint sovereigns frowned. What was going on? Just as they were about to investigate, suddenly, another gust of wind blew past, and the darkness seemed to sway. They could faintly see a figure sitting cross-legged there. In the next moment, the figure opened his eyes. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3 divine ancestors were sent flying, their bodies shattered. The rest of the people were also shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. They looked ahead in bewilderment. Then they saw a shocking scene. In the next moment, everyone stopped, their hair standing on end. The members of the Divine Union also took a deep breath. This was too terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had warned them beforehand. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured. The 3 Golden Crow tribe's divine ancestors had been seriously injured by this gaze. The 3 elders were terrified. The other members of the Golden Crow tribe were even more terrified. What exactly had happened? The people of the Kuinpeng tribe asked, "What did you do?" The people of the Qilin tribe also sneered. "What did you do?" The 3 Golden Crow tribe's divine ancestors were about to cry. What had they done? They had seen a dark area in front of them, so they had shot out a ray of light. That was all. Who would have thought that there would be a figure there? They said in horror. There was someone in front. There was someone. What exactly was going on? The people of the Gu family also walked out. The people of the Purple Mansion also turned their heads to look. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said, "There is a dark area in front of us. There is a person sitting cross-legged there. We wanted to illuminate that area." In the end, we had just shot out a ball of flame when the black figure opened his eyes. His gaze had seriously injured the 3 of us. What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. There was actually someone in the main hall. This was too unbelievable. They had not detected anything at all. Who could the person in the ancient tomb be? Could it be the Dragon Emperor? However, the people of the Gu family shook their heads. It was impossible. If it was the Dragon Emperor, how could the 3 of them still be alive? They reckoned that all of them would have died. It should not be the Dragon Emperor. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It should be the same as the Cheongqi and the Dragon Dao elite soldier. It should be a puppet or a guardian. However, this was too terrifying. One had to know that these 3 Golden Crow sacred masters were all older generation figures. Among the divine ancestors they had cultivated for thousands of years. Their strength was extremely terrifying. But now he was severely injured by a single gaze. What kind of gaze was this? Their scalps went numb. They all looked ahead and discovered that there was indeed a patch of darkness ahead. Occasionally, the wind would blow and the darkness would sway. Only then could the figure be seen. Why don't we ignore him? Since the hall is so big, we can search in other places. A top prodigy of the Wind clan suggested. The chief of the Purple Mansion frowned. No, didn't they notice? The place where he was standing was the passageway to continue walking. If you don't want to continue, you can just ignore her. But if you want to go further inside, you have to go past him. The others looked at it seriously and found that the Purple Mansion's mansion master was right. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around as if he was searching for something. Suddenly, he frowned when he saw Lin Xian and the others. He said coldly, "Lin Wudi, you already knew, didn't you? Otherwise, why would you hide so far away?" As soon as this was said, the others were also surprised. Lin Wudi already knew? That was impossible, right? They all turned their heads. The 3 rat ancestors of the Golden Crow clan also roared. "Despicable brat! How dare you not warn us?" Lin Xian sneered. "Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Why should I warn you?